Go. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the special fiscal court meeting for March the 30th, 2022. And this is our regular meeting. This is the work session, and we welcome all of you for being here today. Before we get started into the main part of the agenda, we're going to be led in prayer by Reverend Jack Brewer, retired minister, but still active minister at the United Methodist Church, and an outstanding tennis player as well. Thank you, my friend, Jack.
Let's pray together. Almighty God, we thank you for this day. The sun, the heat that's coming, the wind that blows, it reminds us so much that we are blessed by all those winds that blow, but sometimes they blow trouble to us as well. And I know our fiscal court, Lord, has many aims, objectives, many responsibilities, and this session today, may it be profitable. I pray you bless our judge, all of our squires, and the city and the county for which they are responsible. Again, we just pray you bless their families during this holy time. And at the end of the day, may not only we be pleased, but may in your grace and glory, good things have happened. We give you the praise now in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen, my friend. Jackson, you are an inspiration to us all. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. God bless you.
Amen. Thank you.
All right. With that being said, we now go to the first item on the agenda, and we have a guest, our consultant, to Mr. Blair Johansson, to talk with us about our compensation study. Mr. Johansson, welcome.
Thank you, Judge Wells. Sure appreciate it. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we got it.
Okay, excellent. Well, as the judge mentioned, we just completed a study that you commissioned for us last year, latter part of last year, and we're able to bring a short presentation on the study. Our focus was on the internal job descriptions, the job valuation process, and compensation, both internal and external compensation. With these types of studies, there's certain objectives that we're trying to accomplish. On this particular slide, we're talking about making sure that we have fair and equitable salaries, and that we're looking internally on the job requirements and how those job requirements compare to other positions within the county. And then we're also looking externally to make sure that your pay is competitive with the external market based on other counties and cities and other entities that are trying to recruit employees and talent into their organizations. And also to make sure that we align the compensation plan with the goals of the county. And then this creates an opportunity for us to balance between how do we fairly pay and compensate employees from a competitive perspective, and also be responsible from a financial responsibility to manage the budget on a year-to-year basis. And then also you want a system that allows it to be flexible, so that as jobs change, either new jobs are created or jobs change focus, then you have a system that can accommodate that process. And ultimately, every organization wants to be able to recruit talent and retain talent within their organizations. The study represents 3 phases. The internal process was working with the department heads, the elected officials, on their job descriptions for their particular office and their elected office employees and positions. It represented 108 position descriptions. We worked with the county, with the HR department, and with the elected officials and department heads to get those job descriptions into our system, and then have the elected officials and department heads review the jobs to make sure that they're current and that they reflect the responsibilities and the duties for each of those jobs. Also, another part of this process is to create some consistency in the job descriptions to make sure that they're comprehensive, complete, and they're also compliant with employment regulations. In phase 1, once we had those job descriptions in our system, then I had the opportunity to review each of those jobs and to value them with the 15 compensable factors, which is a system that we developed back in 1985 and modified it throughout the years up through this time frame. The job rating factors allow us to take the job description and evaluate it against knowledge and skill requirements, responsibilities, external, internal communications, and then also efforts from the standpoint of machine computer operations, working conditions, and physical demands. It's important to remember that we're evaluating the job itself, the job description, and not the person in the job. And so we're evaluating what it takes for someone to come into that job, meet the minimum requirements to come into the job, and to value each job in the same perspective, but knowing that each job is different based on what it requires to be able to function in that job. Once we completed the review of all the jobs, then we went external. And this is where we go for the evaluation of internal pay by title compared to pay out in the marketplace. And this is a mixture of receiving county information. So you see Scott County, Shelby County, and Woodford County, and then several cities that provided data on their pay by job title. So the city of Frankfort, Georgetown, Henderson, Nicholasville, Richmond, Shelbyville were the cities. And then we picked up information from the Frankfort Plant Board. And then the last two are published studies, the Department of Labor, which gives us a mixture of both private and public organizations, and then Comp Analyst. Both of those last two published studies represent the greater Lexington, Frankfort market. And in this particular external study, we compared with 91 county jobs for the study. Based on the market study, we wanted to share with you the variance of a variance of internal pay compared to an external variance of the different published studies, counties, and cities. And you'll see by elected office area, the variance anywhere from 3.6% with the county clerk's office up to 13% with the coroner's office, and numbers in between. Anytime you see a negative variance, it means that the county's current pay for the positions that we compared with for that elected official's office or for the fire uniform jobs there towards the bottom of the chart represent that we're behind the market by that percentage. Then we bring it all together. We bring in the internal comparison, the external comparison. We upload the employee information into the system. And based on that, we build a pay structure that we'll cover here in just a few minutes for the county judge's office. For the other elected officials, we were primarily focused on looking at how they're doing compared to the market, which was what the previous slide showed us. In this process of working with the county judge's office, we went one step further, and that was to work with the county judge in building a pay structure based on the internal job valuing and the external market. So for the county judge's office, 52 positions, and that excludes the fire uniform positions. We're anywhere from grade 101 at $11.33 minimum, and moving in an upward fashion to the top end at grade 121. Each of those having a minimum, midpoint, and a maximum range for the grade. And then we have positions within the county judge's office that will fall within the grade structure. On this particular slide, what we're recommending is that your part-time and seasonal employees pay would be at a minimum of $10 per hour, and that excludes permanent part-time positions. I think many of you would know that out in the marketplace, it's really getting to be pretty competitive at the entry level when we see that Chick-fil-A, Amazon, Walmart, a lot of the retailers are now starting employees towards the $15 per hour level. So within Kentucky, where you still are operating under the federal law of 7.25 minimum, there's still supply and demand issues that are pushing that figure on up towards $10 at the part-time and seasonal employees, and up towards $11 plus for full-time employees that are of a non-skilled nature. This next table actually shows the range structure that we were just looking at, but on this one, it's showing the grade and the positions that fall within the respective grade. So with the deputy county judge executive level at 121, towards the bottom of this chart, you'll see 107, where we have a maintenance technician, accounts payable clerk, and a mechanic one road in that range structure. What this does is provide a competitive range structure that's based on adjusting for market and building it based on the internal job valuation process and internal pay. And then the latter part of the structure shows us that we would be bottoming out at the schedule at 101, grade 101 at $11.33. So now what we would say is that for a full-time employee coming in at that grade level, then we would start at $11.33. The last slide culminates the study with some recommendations. We presented to the compensation committee last Friday. Now we're presenting to the fiscal court the findings, and it's our recommendation on this slide. And each of these recommendations can stand alone or they can be put together as a group, but primarily your focus on the study and our focus on the study was to, one, see how you're doing compared to the market for all the elected officials' offices and their positions, and to build a pay structure, which we were just looking at for the county judge's office and the range structure. So we're recommending and seeking your approval for the adoption of the county judge's office pay grade range structure, which we were just looking at. And then to review the market salary study results for the other elected officials as you're determining salary increases for the 2022-23 budget, which that one slide was helping us to see how we're doing by each of the elected officials in comparison to the market. We do recommend that every couple of years that you go to the market to see how you're doing compared to pay and make sure that you keep your pay structure current. And then also to develop a training incentive pay plan to supplement base pay for county positions. And then the last two bullets represent some title changes and some new positions that out of the study we are recommending based on our findings and our discussions with the department heads. So add a new golf course manager job title and change the current job title for the road department administrative assistant to office manager, and then two positions, higher level positions for mechanic and heavy equipment operator, mechanic 2, heavy equipment operator 2 positions. So those are our recommendations. We really would strongly focus you in on approving the county judge's pay grade and range structure, so that creates some structure to manage within, and also to use the information on the elected officials' variance to market as you're guiding them, or the elected officials are presenting their budgets for this next budget cycle. That's our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Johansson, so what you were asked to do for us, you're saying today that is complete, and this is the information compiled from your research and data work, right?
Yes, Judge Wells. Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, let's open the floor up for questions. If any questions by anybody. Okay, I think Squire Tracy has a question. Squire Tracy, do you have a question, or are you working on your camera? Can't hear you.
Yeah, I've got a question. Can you tell me how you made the decision in regards to the entities that were compared to?
Yes, sir. With guidance from the elected officials and department heads, they helped us with. We asked each to provide us insight so that we would be directed towards those entities.
So when you say elected officials, do you mean the committee members or do you mean the clerk, jailer, so forth?
That's correct. The actual elected officials, the clerk, the coroner, the jailer, the county judge, and who else am I missing? I'm sorry.
Magistrates.
No, they weren't included.
Oh,
I'd like to hear from the committee members. You know, I think from the beginning of this, I was pretty excited in regards to making sure, and I think Betty Jo confirmed it, that the employees were going to be hands-on. So I'd just like to get some feedback from the committee members in regards to what they heard from the employees through going through this process.
Mr. Johansson, could you take down the screen share?
Oh, yes, sir.
Betty Jo, you want to be the first to comment from Squire Tracy's question about I assume it's about the process.
There we go. Yes, I can. Can you re-ask that question, please?
Yeah, what was the feedback from the employees? You know, I think at the very beginning of this, you know, my comment was we need to do right by them, and we need to make sure that the next court's not told, hey, we need to redo this because the last court didn't do it right, or this, that, and the other. So I know that there's been a lot of talk about, you know, this category, they're all the same, they're all under the same umbrella, but they don't do the same work. So, or they may not perform the same work, but even though they are under the same category or vice versa, and we were hoping to get all that straightened out. So I'd really like just to know what the feedback was from the employees.
On the, I haven't received any feedback. This is the first time the PowerPoint's been presented, or the second time. I have received several feedback from what the Johansson Group has performed so far, which is the job descriptions. The employees was involved with each of their job descriptions. For instance, the road department, I'll use those. He sat down, John Mitchell sat down with each of the employee and says, this is what I have on the job description, just work together. And actually the employee wrote on those job descriptions. And then the road supervisor would sit down and say, well, this needs to be on there, this didn't. I do know those occurred, and the employees was very, they liked that process because they was involved. They was like, you know, their jobs has evolved over the years, and that wasn't part of their job descriptions. And now I feel like with the new revised job descriptions that the employees feel like most of everything. Of course, a lot of things that goes on all other duties is assigned, but most of the main areas was addressed. And I've been receiving very good feedback. Of course, we're not going to be able to make every single employee happy, unfortunately. Some may think that they may hire than others, but that's why we hired an independent professional of 37 years to do this. So I feel really confident, and I'm happy about it. And I hope the employees feel the same way. So far, I have not heard anything negative.
Thank you.
Mr. Johansson, Squire Tracy, hang on a second, 1 second. And Betty, is this document flexible and always moving? Can anything be changed if there is a wrong or incorrection that needs to be corrected in any part of this? Can it be changed?
Go
Go
ahead,
Betty.
Mr.
Go
You
ahead, you know. All right. From my perspective, and Betty can add it to this too, but you know, we've supplied Word documents and PDF documents for the job descriptions for the purpose of understanding that you want to be able to memorialize the documents and where we are today, the job descriptions based on today and from a completion standpoint, but also having it as a Word document, knowing that jobs do change and have the opportunity to change those as the jobs change.
Okay. thank you.
Also, Judge, I do want to throw in about the changing. I actually asked that question to Mr. Johansson because of the software that we don't have in-house, okay? Say, for instance, an employee sees this and say, I wonder why I don't know, number 20 on the pay structure. I have a copy of how Mr. Johansson scored those 15 factors, okay? He took those 15 factors and he scored those for each job description. So like I told Mr. Johansson, if I have an employee that says, I think I should be hiring that, I can sit down with the employee and show them this is how Mr. Johansson scored out of the 15 factors. And it gives the descriptions of, like, one means maybe equipment would be office equipment minimum. So I could sit down with that employee and go over and say, this is what the minimum they got to keep in mind is the minimum requirements for the job. I know we have several employees all over county government that goes above and beyond, but they have to realize that this is the minimum requirement. So I can show them that. And then if they're not happy with that, we will take it to the department head, and we will sit down with the department head and see if we can come up with a solution. Third, if they're not happy with that, I talked to Mr. Johansson about this week because I had that very concern. And his recommendation, and I agree with his recommendation, that if I can't help resolve it or the department head, then we take it to our compensation committee. And we say, listen, guys, this is what we have. This is the reason this employee thinks they should score higher or lower. Well, not lower. Maybe that would be a really good process. And if the compensation committee looked at this and say, okay, based upon the facts here on the paper, then we can adjust that.
Okay. Squire Muller, hold on one second. Squire Tracy, I want to make sure you were finished with your questioning before we move on to Squire Muller.
Yeah, I am for now, Judge. Thanks.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Johansson, thanks for being on again. Question, how did, in your calculations, did you figure years of service, or is that not applicable as far as when you're doing job descriptions?
Okay, yeah, so good question. So typically in a job description, you look at how much education and experience is required minimum, and that's usually expressed in the job description, and that's what we're evaluating. So if someone has more education and more experience, some organizations will bring that person in higher than the minimum of the range because they exceed the minimum requirements of the job. But the job itself is based on the minimum education and experience required for the job for someone to come in.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I think for me, at least being on the committee, one of the reasons we didn't vote on this in the committee was, and if I was sent to me, I apologize. I think, were you going to send the job descriptions, what they were with the changes, so what we could see what they are now?
Well, yes, so what I did send to Betty Jo was the final copy of the electronic copy of the PDF and the Word document.
Okay.
And I think she probably has a file folder of all the written notes and changes that we received to modify the jobs.
Okay. Betty Jo, was that by any chance sent out or no?
No, that was not set out. Those are all drafts, and those are done internally.
So we won't get to see the job descriptions as part of this thing?
The job descriptions was sent out, 150 of them.
Okay.
I got them.
I'll have to look through then. I must have missed them. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Betty Jo, or can you, I guess my question is, can you explain how currently years of service comes into play. And you've referenced the road department, so I'll reference them. So if I've got a heavy equipment operator that has 4 years of service compared to a heavy equipment operator that's got 22 years of service, how do you keep that? Is that the minimum, the midpoint, the maximum? And if so, where's the break? Because that's not, or I don't see that referenced on my sheet.
That is not considered, no, longevity was not used for the 15 factors. That this is only minimum requirements to do the job. So to answer that, no, longevity was not included in with the 15 factors. Is that correct, Mr. Johansson?
Yes, Betty Jo. So the 15 factors are just valuing the job itself and not the time in position. Time in position as an organization, you would look to see how people move from minimum to midpoint to maximum based on time in position and performance. So kind of as a frame of reference, when we're working with counties and cities, typically minimum to maximum is usually about a 20-year horizon, minimum to maximum. And the way we get there is if you, it's a 50% spread because we're using 80% of the midpoint as the minimum and 120% of the midpoint is the maximum. And it's a 20-year spread to get from minimum to maximum if you're paying employees 3% a year and you're moving your pay structure 2% every other year for cost of living. And if you multiply that out, it gives you a spread where you would have 20 years to get to maximum. So if you will, frame of reference would be midpoint should be at about 10 years for a public entity. For private entities, they try to get folks to the midpoint or market, usually between about 7, sometimes 5 years, but 5 to 7 years. Public entities, it takes longer because you typically don't have as much budget money to work with to get people to the midpoint as quickly.
And also, Scotty, that's why we would like for the compensation to be passed today, the proposal, because that's the first step. The next step would basically be get everybody at the minimum. And we've been working with Mr. Johansson. He's saying, like, if we have people that's been here 10 years, they shouldn't be at the midpoint. They shouldn't be at the minimum point. I'm sorry.
No,
They should be at the
just the opposite, Betty. They shouldn't be at the minimum. They should be at the midpoint.
Yes, that's what I meant. So yes, that is, thank you. And there's a lot of those just at the midpoint, but the first step is to adopt this and we build up on it, like Mr. Johansson was saying, step by step, basically adopt the pay structure and make sure everybody's at the minimum. And then we need to start looking at the longevity.
Betty, just for a point of clarification, we're not asking for adoption. We're asking for accepting this work document today, this compensation study work, and then through the compensation committee, it will continue to morph into a completed document that is based on our needs here in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Squire Sebastian.
Just a quick one, Judge. Thank you. And Mr. Johansson, thank you again for being on today.
Yes, thank you.
With your statement that you just made, does that mean all we're going to do today is receive this document? Because we're receiving a PowerPoint, correct? That's what we're receiving today?
Say yes or no.
Yes, we're just accepting his completed document. And then I'd also like to add, once if the court decides to put the compensation table into play, we will need to amend the ordinance. There are several changes that will need to be made in it as well. But today is just receiving his completed study.
Thank you.
So all it is a receiving this?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Anybody else? Squire Tracy?
Judge Tambra, if all we're going to be doing today is receiving this, can we change the agenda to reflect that we are receiving this? It appears that will go back in front of the compensation.
Acceptance
so-
and receive is used interchangeably. It's not approving it, it's just accepting or receiving.
Okay.
Judge, I need to clarify something with Mr. Johansson.
Mhm.
By accepting the proposal, is it accepting the pay structure? Because that's the starting point.
You're right. You're accepting the report and the findings and the recommendations, from what I understand. And then based on that, then if there's sounding based on what Judge Wells was saying, is that you're accepting our findings and what we're recommending, then that goes on to, I guess, maybe the compensation committee to then to deal with the table, with the pay plan.
Right, sort of similar like the park study. It was completed, we received it, noted it in the minutes.
No, we approved it, voted on and approved it. That's a big difference.
But we didn't start building the next day.
Yeah. I compare this to kind of like the next item on the agenda, which would be the KCDC budget. We're just receiving it. I think we're a long way from accepting it. I've got this, I just got this, and this for me is a huge task per se. Again, we need to do right by our employees and make sure all the questions are answered and our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted. So
If that's what it takes, I don't have a problem to say receive. If that's what it
yeah, I
takes.
think we're a
everybody
long
on
way
board.
from personally, I think we're a long way from accepting it. That's just me. I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Yeah, but we have used those words interchangeably in the past, so.
Mr. Sparks, I see that you've come on. You have something to say on that one?
You're just accepting it, said that the work that they've done has been completed, and then it's in your all's hands through committee or resolution to handle it from this point, however you do, whatever it is you do with it. But it is completed. They've done all the work that they've got to do under the program. I'd personally like to thank all of them for everything they did. I know I've only got 4 staff, but we've gone through it and I think they did a really great job, and we're going to utilize it in my budget. But what you all, there's a number of steps here that the court has once it is placed in the court docket file for you all to move forward administratively, whatever you've got to do. But it is truly acceptance to accept it and move it forward at whatever phase you've got to do on it.
It's an excellent framework, in my opinion, for us to begin to write what needs to be righted with our employees. Proper pay for proper work, et cetera. It's way past due that we do something to this nature, in this nature. So that's the way I look at it. It's just a framework to get started in, and it's an excellent framework. As a matter of fact, I don't want to diminish the fact of what Mr. Johansson's done. It's a fantastic, excellent framework starting to help our employees. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I guess that made me think, comment that Squire Tracy made. So I would ask for just kind of consistency in our agenda. If the next item says receive, I'd like to just make sure this says receive so that everybody's clear on where we're going with this, because it is quite a bit of work and it deserves its due diligence, because the key thing is to make sure the physicians, our staff had input and they held that all the way through. And I for one, want to be sure that was the process. So I just advocate for the word receive like it already is in the agenda, other places for receiving material. Thank you very much.
That's up to Counselor Sparks.
Counselor Sparks, what is the verbiage? Counselor Sparks, can we do that?
You
Change
can,
the-
you can phrase it however you want to. The acceptances to receive it and authorization to approve and accept it is perfectly appropriate. There's absolutely no fundamental difference on either one of them. That is the ultimate of splitting hairs. You can call them whatever you want to, but at the end of the day, it's exactly the same. You're putting it in the court record so you can do something later on with it.
So are we gonna have to split the hairs over accept or receive?
No, you get the exact same place at the end of the day with it. Just the key is to put it in the court record so then you can take forward through your committees or otherwise to address it in a further fashion.
Okay, all right, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Not beating a dead horse. So if we receive it, accept it, this will go back to the committee, right? To figure out what we're gonna do. I mean, I hate that our employees have had to wait 10, 20 years to get their pay where it should be. So I just want to make sure we do this right. So just because the Johansson group put X, Y, and Z here, the committee will work with department heads to figure out what our next step is, correct?
Yes, you're part of the committee. You heard that same statement the other day when we met, and that.
I'm just wanting to make sure. So thank you.
And that is that more than likely, and it's going to be my recommendation as well as others, that we phase in and we start with wherever we need to start. But it's all a process, and it's a process that as we're going through our budget that we need to look at as well. Okay, anybody else? Mr. Johansson, before we leave, I want to say thank you very, very, very much. I know this is, as the questioning comes, everybody wants, there's a lot of issues but most importantly, this is a framework to start the process of righting the ship with our employees. And our employees are, without question, our most valuable asset.
Right.
And we appreciate you getting us on a start, getting us started in helping them. Okay.
You bet. Yes. Thank you, County Judge, and for the squires and the other elected officials and the staff. It's been a pleasure working with y'all.
Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye.
Okay. All right. Then the next item is we move into our budget officially with this presentation as the next item. Our jailer Jake Bond is on to present his 22-23 proposed jail budget. Welcome, Mr. Bonner, and you're talking about righting the wrongs or the inequities. You're going to be talking about that, I'm sure, in just a few minutes.
Hello, Court. Hope everybody's having a good day. I'm honored to start the budget session out. I'll start it out by saying that my staff, Captain Smith and Chief Mazzacone, have worked diligently for weeks, maybe months on this budget. I know we have a long agenda today. We will be short and sweet. You should have a pamphlet out with our slideshow, and I'm going to let Chief Mazzacone go through that slideshow with you because both him and Captain Smith have worked very, very hard on this budget. It's got some moving parts in it, and I'll speak at the end on those moving parts and answer any questions. Thank you all for having us today. I'll introduce Chief Mazzacone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello there, sir.
Okay. Okay. Is Brittany there? Is that
Yeah,
her?
she's
Okay,
here.
great. I wasn't sure who was helping out today for Mr. Tippett. Can you go to the next slide, please? And the next one. Next. There we go. This is our budget presentation for the 2023. We are expecting a shortfall in federal revenue pay for housing their prisoners for next year based on our current numbers. A lot of that had to do with, unfortunately, COVID again, but everything should work out well. We're hoping that we'll get more than what our expectation is for next year. You can go to the next slide, please. We're predicting that administrative booking fees are going up because we've seen an increase in inmate population along with inmate per diem and inmate reimbursements that's for damaged property and things of that nature. Miscellaneous, that's gone up this year. We just got lucky on that one from some other sources of revenue reimbursement. The tablets, they're doing a great job. They helped out a lot during COVID. The revenue on that, we're expecting that to go up another $10,000 next year. Next slide, please. As I stated, our population's gone up. We've seen a gradual increase since we're getting back to pre-pandemic times with our population right now. We are currently working on a soft opening for our facility. We're allowing lawyers to come onto the secure side. We're getting our classes back going. Everything's going a little at a time. We're starting up in-person visitation for families and loved ones. Our job state inmate sites, one of those was shut down for the majority of this fiscal year because of COVID. I think that was the city sanitation. We had to bring that officer inside, and city sanitation, I think, used temporary workers during that time. And we had 2 other paying job sites that had to shut down also because of COVID. They are now back up and running. We're doing pretty good right there. We're going to be able to help out a lot more now that the COVID numbers in our county have gone down. Next slide, please. This was the compensation study that you all were just talking about on the changes that should be implemented, the medium pay and the maximum and minimum. Next slide, please. And that was all the areas that Mr. Johansson relayed to you all in that study that he performed, getting the other counties and identified the counties and the positions from jail to jail and what they do, excuse me, and what are getting paid for at this time. Next slide, please. Results conducted from his study said that our jail is currently 6.7% under the perceived standard of pay for our industry and from surrounding counties. This presents a critical issue for staff retention and competitive recruitment. We're having a hard time getting these vacancies filled. We've had several deputies go to an adjoining county that's paying $3 more an hour starting out than we are at this time. Our current staff of 34, which that's gone up a little bit. We just had a small class graduate, is 4.5 years. That's just the average staff. That's accumulation of all the years of service. My 27 years and Captain Waldridge 20 years make that number go up some. But right now, as of 3/23, I had 7 staff members with less than a year of experience, 4 with 1 year experience, and then it went to 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, but they're pretty much single digit numbers. And we want to do is retain our staff, which will benefit the county in the long run, because you'll have the experience and trained deputies here to be able to troubleshoot a lot of these problems that you're going to experience in this industry. Next slide, please. So for our expenses, the line item for deputy salaries, we're requesting $164,562 increase. We have not increased that budget line item in the last 2 years. Let's see. 2020 it was 1.9, 2021 it was 2,002,000, and the same for 2022. This year we're asking for this increase for our staff. Our maintenance, we're gonna go down 20,000, 10,000 currently, and then we're gonna go down, that's 20,000 in the last 2 years. Part of that is because of the ESG project. Less issues that we have to go ahead and try to repair, so that's helped out a lot. Our food costs we're predicting are going up at least $25,000. That's because of the hyperinflation. Everyone sees the food prices increasing. So we have to make sure we have enough money on hand to be able to feed everyone here. Next page, please. Medical costs, you're going to see a $20,000 increase. That's the 3% guaranteed in the contract raise. And we also negotiated a 24-hour additional staffing hours, which will help in with training of the medical staff and the jail staff, because they'll be training us on CPR and other types of medical issues and things we need to be looking out for and how to respond to them. $2,000 increase in the linens. Once again, hyperinflation along with petroleum, you'll see an increase. Specialty equipment, that's for our tasers. They're currently getting ready to be obsolete. We're going to go from the X26 to the Taser 7. The Taser 7 is more for close quarters type of use, whereas the 26, that was for longer range of target placement and reach with the wires from the taser. That spread has an effect on use. It'll assist with staff and inmates tremendously by going to this one. The obsolete ones, they're not rechargeable batteries. The new ones will be. The cost savings also in the darts that are used will go ahead and pay for itself in the long run as well. And the trade-in value is a lot better for us as well. Sorry, you guys, it's been a long day. 93% increase in probe spread at close range versus the 85%. There's a lot more technical aspects to the new tasers. They're just a better way to go. And we're going to have a harder time replacing the current models that we have. And it's going to be more costly at the end of the day. The vehicle line item we have in there because we haven't received our vehicle that we ordered in August. We want to make sure that the funds are in there to make sure we have that money to be able to pay for the vehicle. We're hoping the vehicle comes in within the next 60 days. If that's the case, we won't need that money for the vehicle line item for next year. And that was also recommended by Susan, which I thank her for. So this is the new pay scale that we're requesting as far as the deputy line items, going from 16 to 17 starting out, and then in adjustments throughout. This is part of what Mr. Johansson kind of recommended as far as correcting the issues. We presented something similar to you all last year about correcting the pay scale. And then this is what we're coming up with this year. The next slide, please. And that's the entire position. So the staff and current pay and future pay. Next one, please. And this is a copy of the budget. I know it's kind of blurry, but you should have a handout in there as well. That's a lot more clear than the current PowerPoint. It can only fit so much on here at one time. Next one, please. But we do have some positive notes. We're currently in talks with another county to contract with them for housing their prisoners, which has the minimal potential to bring in $400,000 in new revenue for next year. We also have a House Bill 211 currently in legislation, and if it has passed,
it has passed. The governor has a certain amount of time to veto it.
It has passed, but there's still a time for the governor to veto it at this time. But that's going to bring in additional revenue for our state inmate housing per diem at $4 a person, which will be tremendous asset to the county. Next one, please. Do you all have any questions?
You got it. Thank you, Chief. I know we went through that pretty quick. It's got some moving parts to it with the possible amendments with trying to become a regional jail again. The vehicle's in question. We checked on the vehicle last week and it's still not in production. They're thinking late April. So we're hoping we get that. By then we don't have to, that'll be $30,000 that can come off this budget line item. We're asking for a raise for our staff. Our staff is tremendous. I couldn't be any prouder of my staff. This is a team effort up here. During COVID, they came in when a lot of people didn't. While we're short-staffed, people were working extra hours and overtime. And I have some heroes that work here. And last year we gave them a pretty good raise in our line item because we were short-staffed and we were able to do that on our own. Now I'm asking you all to help me with getting them to where they need to be and keep me competitive. I don't like losing staff to other counties that can drive up the road 15 miles, put on a different uniform, make $3 an hour more. I like to keep that talent here if possible. Question?
Jake, if you don't mind, give us kind of a what you know about other surrounding counties or in this area jails and what they're paying their employees.
I talk to them on a regular basis, especially with all the House bills and stuff going on right now. I know that Scott County's in the $16, $17 range, and he's going to his court and asking for more too. I was advised that Shelby County is going to $16 to start, 50 cents after 6 months. I'm asking to go to $17 to start and $1 across the board for everybody else. It's an 8.2 in that line item increase. I know we're at 6.7 at the middle range, but Woodford County is $18 an hour. I think a lot of Woodford County, they help us out. We help them out, but they're at $18 an hour. And, you know, I have to be competitive with them. I'd love to start out at $18 an hour, but I can't be physically responsible and come to you all and ask for $200 and some $1,000 in that line item. I think $17 makes us competitive. It's still not going to solve it 100%, but it's an absolute start. I told y'all from day one, we're going to go after revenue. We're actively doing that. We're still recovering from COVID, but it's getting better on a daily basis. It's starting to look a little bit normal around here, starting to. There's other Fayette County's at $20. And Shelby County's going for $16 to $16.50. They're in the $14 range. They're going up. I've talked to Daryl several times. So.
All right, questions? Squire Tracy.
Taylor Bonner, thank you for being with us. I'm going to circle back and ask probably the same question I asked last year in regards to the medical.
I've been waiting on this one. I'm excited about this one.
You're currently, you're requesting, I think 20,000, 3%, but you're currently 5% already over. So what you're asking for, is that going to be enough to?
Yes, sir. I think so. This new medical group is, they're doing a great job at it. Also, I talked to Captain Smith yesterday because we were really close, but we pay a month ahead too, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, can we add we pay $5,000 a month into the cost pool.
And we pay $5,000 a month in the cost pool, and we still haven't used all the cost pool. In my previous other years, we used the cost pool in the first couple months. This group is doing a really good job at being a little cheaper. I think the pharmacy's helping a lot, and we can't control, you know, how many people go to the hospital and when they go to it. We need to get them there. They got to go. But this group seems to be a lot better in finances. If we have to move some money at the end of the year, it won't be much, and I'm hoping we don't. I think this will do it. I negotiated 24 more hours into it because we need some training. A lot of times there's one nurse here. That's how we've saved some money. So 3 days a week, we'll have another nurse here to be able to do, God forbid, we don't have to do a whole bunch more testing with COVID, but if we have to test the facility, it eats up a person all day long. They're also in our contract to train my deputies in CPR, Narcan use, and all kinds of other things. And we can in the next year utilize some of that extra hours in that. So to answer your question, I hope so, and I appreciate your question, and I was ready for it.
I've got one more in regards, you touched on a vehicle and basically what you would call as a rollover unless that vehicle is delivered before June 30th. But on the expense report, it's showing that if I'm reading this correctly, it's showing that you've spent $25,000 on a vehicle. You've used 85% of that line item. Is that accurate?
It's allotted. When the PO was for the order was done, Susan may be able to answer this better than me, because I as soon as I seen that, I was like, wait a minute, but it's allotted for that.
Okay.
I don't think it's, because when it comes in, I'm gonna have to come to you all and ask you to pay for it, is how I think it works.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Yes, it's an encumbrance. So once we place the order, we do a purchase order, encumber the money. So it's not, we haven't spent the money yet. We're just making a provision for it within this fiscal year.
I think that vehicle will make it, Squire. And if not, she's told us, Susan, which I appreciate so much. She's just told us to roll it over, and we'll make that amendment. Also with that, the sheriff has given me another vehicle, and I had to do some work to it. We'll get that bill probably next month. I've had to put a transmission in one, but it was worth the do to get it. It was a nicer vehicle. So that's helped some too.
Thank you.
Okay, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Susan, are you still on with us?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well. And Jake, by the way, thank you very much for the presentation. So it looks like the department heads are going to come to us with the Johansson Group's numbers, even though we haven't been through committee with them. So what does that look like? Have you run numbers as far as what's coming our way?
With the Johansson Group information? No. This is the jail budget presentation is by statute has to be delivered by April 1st. So they're making their presentation, and I believe that that their presentation would have gone this direction regardless of the Johansson Group figures. Jailer Bonta may say differently, but that's the way I saw
agree
it.
with you.
Yeah. This helps substantiates the request and justify the request.
Right. No. And I'm not arguing there. I guess my question is, it looks like probably every department head's going to be doing this. So I'm just curious if you have ran any numbers for the whole.
At this point, the only budget figure that we've been working on is 2%, which the court discussed when the CPI was given at the first of the calendar year, where the CPI was running at 7% at the time, and the court gave a mid-year raise of 5%, and they said they would revisit for the additional 2%. So what our preliminary budget figures is based on that additional 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now, and Squire, just for point of clarification, Jake is not a department head. He's an elected official. So there will be 3 elected official budgets that are becoming.
Okay, I apologize that, but yes, I think we know. Okay.
Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Jailer Bonta and Chief Deputy Mazzacone, thank you for being on today. Earlier in the year, I had asked some questions about the commissary fund. It was very clear that there were some items that the court wound up paying for that were commissary items, and that was agreed by Jailer Bonta. And at that point, he had said that, well, those things are built into the budget. So my question is what items to be paid by that should be paid by the commissary are built into this budget request, so that we can have a clear delineation of those so that they can be put in the rightful category to be paid by commissary funds. Thank you in advance.
Good question.
Can you advise me what items you're referring to earlier in the year?
This was about 2 courts ago. There were some shower curtains I asked about, And I asked you, if you recall, if they were for staff areas or for inmate areas, and you had indicated they were specifically only for the benefit of the inmate. So that would be the most recent.
That- Okay,
So
I
again,
remember that one.
I'm sorry.
Though that actually it would be in your linen items and hygiene items on the budget.
So my question gets to, how do we ensure that that commissary funds are taking care of items that are specific to the inmates? Because at every training we go to where jail budgets and jail activities are mentioned, this comes up, not only from the magistrates, but county judges even ask this question, because everyone is keen to ensure that all of the resources are being expended as wisely and, equitably across the board. So again, and I've asked this, I ask about every time. So
I understand. And the
pattern of questions that I typically ask about the commissary fund and how it can continue to benefit Franklin County. Thank you very much.
I can tell you that our commissary fund benefits our community on a daily basis. It pays for all our education. It pays for our mental health. It pays for numerous items. It pays for all our GEDs. It pays for all our fuel that goes out in the community, for the community service programs. Back in the previous administration, it paid for $149,000 worth of cameras in this building. No, it wasn't that. It's getting utilized on a daily basis. And I will assure you that the lack of inmates and the lack of, how can I say this right? The ability to buy products for the commissary has been very difficult, because it just, things aren't available. So that commissary fund gets, used a lot for the community and a lot for the jail. And it's the inmates' way to give back. And I assure you it's being used properly. We've had clean audits ever since I've been here. And anytime we can use the commissary funds to pay for things to help the county, we will. But that commissary account is governed by me, not the court.
I just want to be clear. At no time did I even begin to allude that the commissary fund was being inappropriately spent to call in the auditor. My questions are the same throughout the year. Are these items that can be paid with the commissary fund? Because we are routinely, and I would ask any of my colleagues on the court to disagree that almost at most trainings that we attend, there is a discussion point about this as part of the agenda, about using the commissary fund. We've had jailers speak on that and tell us the type of things that have been purchased with the commissary fund, like the body scanner that the fiscal court actually paid for was paid by commissary funds at other jails. Vehicles have been paid for with commissary funds at other jails. So I only bring that up because we have had examples from your branch across the Commonwealth to tell us how commissary funds have been used. So it is ingrained in me just to continue to ask based on what I'm hearing from colleagues that you are in association with across the state. That's the only reason I bring that up. Thank you.
Sure, and I understand that, and to help to give some perspective on that, Eric Simpson in Simpson County this week gave his park 2 brand new mowers and 2 weed eaters out of his commissary fund. He's making a whole lot more money in commissary than we are. There's some jails that have excess in there because they're bigger, number one, they have more product. And we are common on, as of right now, we're talking to maybe outsourcing our canteen to get more product and bring up revenue in there a little bit and also free up some manpower. We're still in negotiations with that. I haven't made a decision, but I assure you, every time I can save the county money by using commissary funds legally, that won't get me in trouble, we will do that.
Jailer Bonner, you brought up a good point, and I don't want it to be lost in this dialogue that what you do, what you provide to our community with your inmates and the help that you give is outstanding, completely outstanding. And you do use your monies to help that program work. And so I think all of us, and I know that there are many organizations out there that are so grateful for what you're doing and how at no cost, you're out there doing all that you can. So I want to make sure that we don't lose any of that, and we continue that program like we should.
Judge, I appreciate that. It's a team thing up here. It's not about me. It's getting it done there, and I don't take any of that personally. The court's trying to save money and use canteen funds when we can. Bottom line is it's my discretion, and we do a whole lot. It's not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow like everybody thinks it is. And some counties have that. We do not.
Yeah. I think Squire Muller had his hand up before Squire Sebastian. Go ahead, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Jailer Banta. Sorry for the going to the department head earlier. I know you're an elected official. My apologies.
Hey,
I
don't care what you call me.
I have bad eye. Could you just go over the difference of what the budget's going to be this year, just so I can hear that?
The bottom line is it's a $277,220 increase. Now that's depending on the vehicle. The vehicle's 30,000 of that.
Okay. And so obviously if you work things out with that other county, that would help that out tremendously.
Yeah, that's still in early stages. I can't promise that, but we are headed that way.
Okay, thank you very much.
But to do that other county, I need to be able to bring some staff in here to just get to my 48. I'm not asking for more people.
Okay.
I just need to be able to get more people.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm not really sure how the line of questioning about the commissary fund became almost seemed on someone's part. Maybe, Judge, I'm not sure you took it as a personal affront to the jailer. It's just, I sit in, we attend trainings, we attend them for a reason. And this is routinely brought up in our trainings to go back and discuss this at our county. So I'm really trying to do that. And certainly, I have seen at the Franklin County Council on Aging, the benefit of having inmates participate and work there. It's unfortunate that our country has gone through this pandemic where that hasn't been able to happen over the last year and a half. So I'm certainly looking forward to seeing folks back out in society and working through the jail. And then certainly as they leave the confines of the jail, hopefully they become productive members of society because they are interacting with productive members and have excellent role models. So I certainly appreciate that. I just, Jailer Bonta knows this, his predecessor, Jailer Rogers, would also attest that, I've asked the same line of questioning while I've been on the court because it has been discussed with us to ensure that we are asking these lines of questions. So I appreciate the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Squire, no offense taken. I know you're doing your job.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? And Susan, once again, the statute requires that the jail budget be presented by April 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then his budget will be part of the overall budget as that process proceeds.
Correct.
Okay, no, everybody understand that then, okay? We're not voting to accept, we're voting to receive, or we're just accepting whatever you all want to call it, accept or receive, but that's what we're doing here is receiving his budget. All right, if there's no other questions, Jailer Bonta, thank you very much. And also thank your staff. Great work by all of them.
Thank you all. As always, be safe.
All right, you too. Okay, the next item on the agenda is election overview. We have our county clerk, Jeff Hancock. There he is. Yeah, Mr. Hancock, welcome. And All of us that are running for office wish it was next week, but we're a little over a month away, and everybody's working hard and doing all that they can, and talk with us and the general public about the election coming up.
Judge, I appreciate the opportunity, and all the squires out there. Can you all hear me? Can everybody hear me? Very good. Before I start going through this overall spread, or this whole PowerPoint that we put together for the overview of elections, I want to talk about elections just a little bit. You know, elections, change happens for a reason. Change just doesn't pop out of the woodwork and start happening for no need. Changes in elections started taking place because of the pandemic. The pandemic has caused us to have a broader view, and it had the state of Kentucky take a broader view of what election should be and what election day should mean. And what I mean by that is no longer are we running just a simple 12-hour election day. And when I say simple, we're not running just one day of an election. We are now running 25 plus days of an election. So as I'm going through this, I know there's going to be some questions on how we're getting our message out there, how we're explaining to the public where they'll vote, when they can vote, and how they can vote, and all that's in this PowerPoint today. But change happens, and sometimes change is good. This is one particular place that I think change has gone really, really well. This change allows for, instead of 12 hours of voting, it allows for 38 in-person voting hours. 38 in-person voting hours when I started this job would be unheard of. You know, the Clerks Association forever and ever fought anything but a one-day election. We are now running a 4-day in-person election. You have early voting on the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, and then on the 17th all day. So I'm going to go ahead and start with some of this. I just wanted to give that brief overview. As I like to put it in perspective, when 1979, when my mom and dad moved downtown in South Frankfort, there were 5 grocery stores in downtown Frankfort. Today, there are none. We didn't have Amazon. We didn't have the ability to drive to these stores. We didn't have the ability to go to all these locations, nor the ability to order our food, our groceries, and our needs online. So let's go to the next slide, please, ma'am. Important dates to know. The next slide. All right, starting at the top, some of these dates have already passed us, as you would know. December the 31st was the deadline to change your party affiliation. So if anybody wanted to come in and change their affiliation right now, I want you to know this because you're out walking the trails and people are going to ask you questions like this. If they change their affiliation today, they would not be able to vote in the primary. They could vote in the general, but you do not, if they change their affiliation today, they cannot vote in the primary. January the 7th is already passed, which is a date we moved anyway. April the 2nd is the first really important date that I want to show you. That's 45 days out from an election. That is the day that the portals open. This is when I say the portal, it is the portal for someone to order an absentee ballot. Absentee balloting is something that will stay with us from here on out. Absentee balloting is something that we had to change our approach. It's another something that the clerk's office had to change our approach on what it meant to have an election. April the 18th is the deadline to register for this primary. So I'm going to use Squire Mueller because he's sitting here. He has a daughter and he has a son. If they will be 18 before the general election on November the 8th, they need to register to vote. They're allowed to vote in this primary. So I'm picking Squire Mueller. I just happen to be looking across and that's who I see. And I know he has 2 young kids. So that's my example for that. May the 3rd, the portal closes. We just had a House Bill 564 just got passed. And I'm going to give you another date or 2 in there as well. May the 3rd, ballot. We can start processing the ballot. That's really not a date that you need to know. What you need to know about that is I will be here processing. Processing does not mean tabulating. Processing means we're going to open them and we're going to get them through a machine. We will not know what the results are. No one will know what the results are until May the 17th, when the election's over at 6 p.m. So there's no need to call. We don't know what the numbers are until that date. The date I was talking about on adding extra dates and extra times, May the 12th, we're going to be open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's That's 10 hours. That's on Thursday. And we're going to be open at 2 locations. The first location is going to be the old Frankfurt Plant Board. And the second location is going to be at the Capital City Christian Church. I know several of you have heard this because I've tried to get this out into the public. Getting this out into the public has not been the easiest thing, but we had to wait for some legislation to pass before we could start giving everybody this information. Legislation is now passed, and a prime example of that, if you look at May the 14th, it says 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's not going to be the case. We're going to open at 6 a.m. and close at 2 p.m. We have to be open at 8. We have to be open for 8 hours every day of early voting. We just now found that out. We just now found that House Bill 564 just now got published. So that's one small change, but an important change for everybody to know. Brittany, can you go to the next slide for me? These are general dates. That November the 8th, what I was talking about, will be the general election. The rest of these dates, I think we're too far out to even start talking about them. June the 7th is a candidate filing deadline. That's for independent races and for school boards. So that's a deadline that you should know. And then we'll talk, because people will forget this even in the public, when the portal's open, when they can start voting, when they can get ready for the general. I think this is a great slide, but I think right now it's a premature slide for us to go over. If you'll go to the next one for us, Brittany. 3 ways to vote. Mail-in absentee. And one thing I want to talk about the mail-in absentee, there are qualifications that you must have to get a mail-in absentee. It is not a no excuse mail-in absentee. Brittany, can you go on down? Early in-person voting. That's the 3 days that I was talking about, May the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th. It's going to be at a minimum of 8 hours a day. In Franklin County, you're getting from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Thursday and Friday. And on Saturday, you're getting from 6 a.m. We're going to get the early birds until 2 p.m. All right, if you go to the next one for me, Brittany. Okay, here are the qualifications for voting as a mail-in absentee. I'm not going to be policing this. The actual police will be in yourself. You'll go on the portal and you'll have to pick one of these reasons as to why you are asking for a mail-in ballot. The first one, a Kentucky resident who is a uniform overseas. That's how the mail-in ballot started 40 years ago. It was for military and overseas voters is how the mail-in vote started. A student who lives outside the county for election day, someone who is incarcerated in jail but not convicted. They still have their voting rights. Anybody is temporarily residing outside of Franklin County but still has the rights to vote in Kentucky. A person whose employment or location requires them to be absent all hours on election day. They can order one. Or a person who is not able to appear due to age, disability, or illness. I think that's probably the one that we will see the most of, but there are multiple reasons why you're allowed to. The one thing that I need everybody to know, if they order a ballot, they will not be able to vote in person. They stopped that at the end of the general last year. They didn't want you. They wanted to know why you tore that ballot up or why you got rid of it. The cost of these ballots, and that's, if you'll go to the next one, Brittany. This is the cost if we stayed with a typical mail-in election that we saw in 2020. And I wanted you all to see this because these were costs that were going to be direct reflection to you guys. They were going to come directly at you. If you'll look at the 2019, I think that's a great differential. The 19 primary, we had 76 mail-out ballots. In the general, we had 246 for a total of $114 and $369 cost to the county. You come down to the 2020 primary and the 2020 general, and you take that number and you can't even fathom how much bigger it got. We went from 114 to 22,000 in the primary and 369 to 17,000 in the general. That's something that we've budgeted partially for, but we don't expect those types of numbers. We know that the general public likes to vote in person. So I think Franklin County, as a Democratic county, will vote higher on this percentage, but we won't see anything like that. We're preparing for between 1,100 and 1,600 mail-in ballots. during that period. So we're looking for that to be about 10% of the number you saw in 2020. Brittany, if you could go to the next one. The Franklin County voting plan. And one more. Okay, 2 countywide vote centers. We'll be one of the few counties that have 2 countywide vote centers. And I want you to hear this from me. They will be open on election day. So if there's any confusion, they can still go to these vote centers on election day. Each magisterial district will have a bare minimum of 1 location that is an ADA accessible location. And then we'll have the 2 early voting or the 2 additional rural areas. And then the drop box will be here. It has to be under video surveillance. So we have to keep it here for people to drop off. People that get the mail ballots will be able to drop it off. And then we'll have additional election officers and additional communicators at each location. If you go to the next one, Brittany. This, you can see the map. The map we have started publishing, but we will also continue to advertise. Remember, if I just now got 546, I wasn't even ready to publish any of this until we got all the election bills passed. We want to get it out there to the public, but we want to make sure that we don't get it too soon where it gets forgotten, where it gets passed by. But we also want to make sure we're communicating with the voters. If we have to figure out a different way and we have to use your all's resources to get this communication out, then, and we have to go with the maps or the magisterial map base, then we can do that. But changes are just uncomfortable when the change begins. We all have vehicles. These precincts that were the individual 44 precincts were put in place 50 plus years ago. Back when you did not have mass transportation, back when you did not have the opportunity to go to different places, back when you did not have a mail-in ballot functionability or capability. Brittany, if you could go to the next one. This just shows that the election day on the 17th, this is one thing that we've come up that is Franklin County unique. It is a QR code that scans. It pulls back to a website. It shows exactly where the magisterial districts are. It shows your magisterial maps. I'm even going to add, we are working on it right now, one that shows your old precinct base and where you would go if you used to go somewhere, where you would go now. Guys, I'm really excited about our plans. Do I think it's perfect? Absolutely not. But it is going in the right direction. We had 71% of our population vote by this method in the last election cycle. I know that we have to get it out there. I need your help. I know that you have people that are questioning it. I understand that, but we have to use something that is fiscally responsible, that still has all the options that we can use within our means, our power, and we have to try to figure out ways to best get out there to the voter. I'm open to all questions. I really appreciate your time. I know you've got a huge meeting. I know what it means. I know what it means to be on a ballot. I can appreciate it. Lambert, looks like you have a question.
Yes, Jeff, thank you for your presentation. And I do think you've got one of the best going situations in the whole county, maybe the whole country. If someone lives in the 6th district, but they're in a nursing home in the 5th district, where do they vote? They vote in their home county, or I mean, do they have to move? Or
No, they will vote where it depends on if it's a temporary move or a permanent move.
I don't know.
Lambert, that's the voter's choice on a temporary or a permanent move. That is not your choice of what makes temporary or permanent. It is the voter's choice on whether they are temporary or permanent.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Barb Blackburn.
Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for being in here today. I think you've done a fantastic job. I know it's become very complicated, but I think you've simplified it very well. One concern I did have, I had some people ask me, what's going to happen when somebody shows up to their precinct and nobody's there, and they're confused because maybe they don't have social media, they don't read the paper, they haven't watched cable 10. Will we have like a sign posted at each precinct saying, if you vote here, you need to go to this place, or to give them some direction?
You know, JW, we don't have that in our plan, but I don't see no problem at all. If I can get help out of the sheriff's office, which I know I can because Sheriff Choir's always been there to help. I don't see any reason at all we can't go post on everyone on where they would go to. And I think that's an excellent idea. Thank you for the suggestion. We will take that upon and make that happen.
Well, I'd love to take credit for it, but somebody asked me about it, so they get all the credit.
Anybody else? Mr. Hancock, thank you very much. Also, thank your staff for the great work. It's a team effort, and you all have done a great job, and always have, always will. Voting in our county is a sacred right for us, and we're one of the best in the state, and we're proud of that.
Thank you, guys. I hope you have a great meeting.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Melanie Van Houten to give us a brief update on the Josephine Sculpture Park and Arts Downtown too. Good.
Hey, guys.
Welcome, Melanie.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
We got you.
All right, great. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me present to you all today. I'm going to do a presentation as well and show you some images of some of the things that have been happening at the park. I know you've got a long meeting, so I'll try to keep it brief, and hopefully this will just inspire you all to come out to the park and see all the new things that we've been doing over the last couple of years. I'm going to do a screen share here. Give me just a second. And then at the end, if you guys have questions, you can ask questions. All right. All right, everybody got that?
We do.
Okay, great. Well, first, I want to thank you all for your support. You know, the Fiscal Court has provided some funding to the park to support our programming for the last several years. And especially over the last couple of years, it's been a tremendous support. We've actually seen an increase in park visitors since COVID, and that's, you know, required us to make some pretty big changes at the park, all of which are exciting and great. This is one of the new pieces that's been installed down at the library as part of our Arts Downtown. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I want to give you a recap on what happened last year and then fill you in on what we've got planned for this coming year. So in 2021, we had 22,000 visitors at Josephine Sculpture Park. That's just counting the visitors to the park out in the county. As you know, we also manage the Arts Downtown exhibition, the public art that happens in the downtown area. And we don't have a real great we don't have a real great method to calculate the number of people that interact with the murals and the sculptures. We're working with Robinette Tourism to try to get some kind of handle on that. But this is just numbers for park visitors. We had 220 live and virtual programs, events, tours, and performances last year, which reached over 120,000 people virtually and 2,200 people in person, like taking a workshop or a kid signing up for camp or somebody doing a tour. That's, you know, besides just visiting the park and exploring the exhibition. And this is our new park map. We hired a new marketing staff person 2 years ago. And so she's, or no, that was last year. And so she's been working on a new park map, which is exciting. So due to the increase in visitors, and we secured more land last year, we had to change some of our programming due to COVID, and we had 7 artists in residence. And so that meant that we needed more capacity to be able to manage the grounds and the programming and everything else. So we hired 2 new staff people as employees of the park. We have a marketing and communications manager, Jill, and John is our park manager, and he also works here as an artist in residence. We were funded Some of you may have seen that really exciting typo in the newspaper last fall, I think it was, or no, it was a couple months ago. That said we got $250,000 from the NEA. That wasn't entirely true. We're getting $50,000 from the NEA for this year and for next year as part of the American Rescue Plan funds through the National Endowment for the Arts, specifically to support staff. So that's really been wonderful help to, for us to be able to expand our capacity. We're hiring 2 new staff people this year as well. Many of you have been out and seen this transformation of the old tobacco barn that's visible as you enter the park. That picture in the upper left is what it looked like before we started. And you can see the transformation now. And we're using this space. We started using it last year and for events. We've had some music concerts in there. Jerry uses it for art and nature camp. It's been an amazing expanse for us to be able to have covered space that we can use for any, a variety of public events. Last year, we had the most funding we've ever received to support the Artist in Residence program. And so we had 7 artists in residence come from all over the world. We always have at least 1 Kentucky artist. Last year we had 2, but we also had artists from Ohio, South Dakota, Iowa, and New York. Daniel Shea he's an artist from Taiwan who's based in New York right now. These artists were here from May through October. They built new work while they were at the park, and they also engaged in different types of community events like workshops or artist talks, different kinds of things like that. If you haven't been out to see Daniel's Sky Chamber, it's the sculpture in the upper left there. That's a space that you actually enter into the space and you can view the sky from inside the sculpture. And it's amazing and everybody should come out. But if you want a sneak peek, you can see a video on the website, but I didn't bring a video. We've been able to really, expand our community partnerships over the last couple of years. And even though we couldn't do the same kind of things that we have done in the past, it gave us time to build new relationships and to explore new ideas. And so many of these groups have been able to still come out and do workshops. That's a kids workshop in the barn, some tours with different groups as well. Many of them are organizations in Franklin County, but some are beyond as well. We also installed a bluebird trail at the sculpture park. There's another bluebird trail out at West 6 Farm, and both of those are in partnership or collaboration with Bluebirds of Central Kentucky. This is like a citizen science project, and so volunteers work with Chris from Bluebirds of Central Kentucky, who volunteers himself, and Kristen from Wild Birds Unlimited, and they learn how to monitor the bluebirds. And this is increasing habitat for them as their natural habitat is, being decreased quite a bit. So this has been a really great project. They monitor the bluebird houses. They put the data in the visitor center. People can explore that and learn, about, how to take this back into their own yard as well. We partnered for the first time with the University of Kentucky School of Visual Arts. We actually had 2 different exhibitions we had a Master's of Fine Arts thesis exhibition and a Bachelor of Fine Arts thesis exhibition for sculpture students. Because of COVID, the gallery had been transformed into classroom space, which could not then hold sculptures. It was okay for the 2-dimensional work, but the sculptors had to find their own exhibition space. And so 2 of the students approached us about exhibiting their thesis shows, which was the first time we'd ever done it. We received support from UK to do that. And of course, the students were able to actually really do things they couldn't have even done in the gallery. So we look forward to this kind of collaboration continuing. We had Lexington Philharmonic at Josephine Sculpture Park last September for the Symphonic Stroll. This was the first in-person big event that we'd had since COVID. We sold out to an audience of 750 people. We had 5 different locations throughout the park that had different ensembles. We also partnered with the Kentucky Dance Academy, and students from the academy performed a performance work called Reflect by our artist in residence, Andrea Stanislav, who was here. This is a global public art project that we were part of and that the students from KDA were part of too. This was amazing. If any of you missed it, we're doing it again this year. It was wonderful. It's going to be September 10th, and I hope you all can join us. We, of course, continued our monthly programs, which every month we have a nature tour, a park tour, and a night sky tour. Those are on the website and people can register. We've been keeping those as smaller groups. I think maybe we're up to 20 people now, and those continue to be successful, and they change every month. So even if you've come once before, it's always going to be something different. We have Art and Nature Camp, which is a youth camp. It happens quarterly with the different seasons. And as with all of our programs, this is Yes Card accepted. We've had a great response of students and families utilizing the Yes Card through the health department to be able to take advantage of our programs. Quickly, I just want to talk about art in public places. We did put one new mural. We did a national call and brought an artist here from Oregon to paint the mural that's on the side of Broadway Clay as part of our Arts Downtown exhibit. We had 85 applicants for that, and he lived here in Frankfurt for 4 weeks while he worked on the painting. We had a public reception for that too. We have placed 11 new sculptures downtown. We still have one more to go that's going to go next to Rick's White Light as soon as the railing and things kind of get finished over there. But this is part of our rotating exhibit of the downtown sculptures, and we kept a couple of them. The one at the courthouse remained. There's one in front of Chenault Hogue that remained, but most of those that had been in for 2 years rotated out, and we have new pieces that have come in. And this will rotate again in 2 more years. That also was a national call. We're going to be doing something new this time as a way to engage the community a little bit more. We're going to have a Best of Show award and a People's Choice Award. Those are financial stipends that the artists will receive, and we're working with tourism to promote that. We've also been doing Frankfurt Public Art Tours with tourism as well. And those, sometimes they'll focus on the murals, sometimes they'll be Riverview, sometimes sculptures. It really just depends. We like to mix it up so that, again, so it's not always the same. 2022 plans, we're partnering with the city. These were grants that we received maybe 2 years ago. We're commissioning 2 sculptures that will be purchased by the city and will be at either end of the Singing Bridge. And then we're also collaborating on another, we recently got another NEA grant that will allow us to rotate the sculptures in 2 years. It'll provide the funding for that. So, you know, that has been funded originally by Richard and Anna Marie Rosen, and very generously started that program. But the plan always was to hopefully get other funding to be able to support it ongoing and continuously. And it looks like the funding from the NEA is going to be able to allow us to do that. So that's really exciting. We have 4 artists in residence scheduled for this year. And of course, the park remains free and open 365 days a year. We have artist Dred Scott coming from New York. He's a world-renowned sculptor and performance artist. Amalia Galdana Broche from Cuba. Celine Browning is our Kentucky artist. And then, of course, Jonathan Florence, who is also our park manager. He's our artist in residence all year round. The Symphonic Stroll will be happening on September 10th, and we'll continue with our volunteer days. And we're also participating in the countywide Juneteenth celebration, which will be June 17th through the 19th. We're going to be participating on the 18th as part of the scavenger hunt. We've also started the Grow With Us reforestation initiative. If you guys come out to the park, you're going to say, what in the heck are these people doing? It looks crazy out by the main parking lot where the primary amphitheater area is. We've been very aggressively removing invasive honeysuckle and using that plant material to create nests that will be like structural elements within a larger landscape design. This was part of our finishing up our capital campaign. And so it's helping us raise funds for that, but also transforming the space through this reforestation project that will replace all of that invasive stuff with native host plants, trees and shrubs. That will be happening throughout the course of the year. It's really exciting. There's signage out there so you can see what's happening, and there's more information on the website as well. And people can still get involved with that. This is our first announcement. You guys are getting it hot off the press. Tickets will go on sale April 4th. We will be hosting Grammy-nominated Amethyst Kia in the new historic tobacco barn. This will be our first actual barn raising concert since 2019. So we're thrilled that we could get Amethyst. She's actually will be leaving for her European tour after she leaves the Josephine Sculpture Park. So it's pretty big time, and we're thrilled to have her. And you guys got the first notice that this is happening. So that's super exciting. And that is what I have for you in a nutshell, in probably a little bit more than 5 minutes. But I appreciate your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. Any questions for Melanie? Great presentation, Melanie. Such exciting work that you're doing. Awesome. Squire Booth?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. And I want to tell Melanie that I really appreciate the effort she has brought to Frankfort and Franklin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate that. It feels really good. And I feel very fortunate to be able to have moved back to my hometown and to do the thing that I love, and to now have a staff of 7 people that I've hired that live and work in this community, and to be, giving back in all of those ways feels really great. And we couldn't do it without support, and your support helps make it happen. So I appreciate that too.
Yeah, and you, Squire Booth, I want to say that you're an artist as well, and you always supported the arts, but people may not know you personally and what you do, but you're an extremely good artist yourself. So I just want to give you that compliment as well. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Melanie, thanks for the great presentation. And just like Squire Booth, just wanted to say job well done. Your grandmother would be proud that you put her name on that park. So keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys are going to make me cry. I appreciate it. And seriously, if you guys haven't been out in a while, it's going to blow your mind what's going on out here. So please come. Everybody come out. It's free and open every day from dawn until dusk. So come on out and see us.
Melanie, if you would, send us your announcement about your June 5th event.
Okay.
And we'll post that on our website as well. Okay.
I will do it. Send that to Tamara.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is Central Kentucky Hauling Fuel Recovery Proposal. I do think we have, there's Mr. Skaggs. Brittany, you want to be part of this as well. So Brittany, will you begin on what why this is, or Mr. Skaggs, I don't care, whichever way y'all want to do. Brittany, why don't you start?
Yeah, so we had discussed, we brought this up at our last meeting. Central Kentucky Hauling is petitioning the court for a fuel recovery fee, primarily due to the price of diesel fuel and how it has increased. They are suggesting a base rate of $2.92, which was the fuel rate in September 2019, according to the Department of Energy. And the fuel recovery index will be based on that rate. Basically, a fee will be added to our monthly bill if the court approves to help CKY recover some costs.
Okay, Mr. Skaggs.
just appreciate coming before you all. Brittany's done a good job working with me on this. As you can tell, the price of fuel continues to be very, very high. Brittany had asked me some various questions, and what I'd like to address is, we've got 4 trucks on the road every day picking up Franklin County citizens' waste, and have been for years. We collect about 1,500 tons a month of waste, about 11 tons a load. If you run those out, it's about 136 loads a month of garbage and recyclables. Since our landfill was shut by the Scott County Fiscal Court, and we had to find another landfill to bring it to starting on November the 1st, the price per load that increased for us was the increase that we've seen is $220 per load. That's our increase that we've been hit with since the Fiscal Court over in Scott County did what they did. As you can well imagine, at 136 loads, $220 a load, that's about $30,000 a month. Now the question might be, why didn't you all come to us for a CPI? Why didn't you address that? Because basically we wanted empirical evidence of what it was, what it was going to cost us. We know what it cost us now. What we didn't anticipate was the price of diesel fuel going from, basically right around the $2.92 per gallon, which is where it was when we signed our addendum back in 19. Now it's this morning it was $4.99 per gallon. So we've been hit with a double-edged sword. Neither one of them of our making. I'm not here to say woe is us, but when Franklin County wanted us to help them out with the recyclables, we agreed to go half with the recyclables, half the cost, because we view it as a true partnership. And I couldn't help but notice that your jailer requested an increase of $12,000 due to fuel increases. And I dare say that running 4 trucks a day that get 4.5 gallons to the mile, we use significantly more than that. So, Brittany, as I said, we've worked with Brittany on putting together a cost list, spreadsheets, basically, working off the Department of Energy's published number that they come out with the first of every month. So that's where we are.
Drew, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you the first question.
Yep.
You are now taking the garbage to the Franklin County landfill.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not driving to Lexington, so that amount of time or mileage is a little shorter than it was originally, correct?
Well, you would think that, on the face of it, looking at it, because, but there's a lot of places that we had to, that like, southern Franklin County, that we could just shoot to the transfer station. And it's just about the same in that regard. Over the last 5 months, we've tried to position our routes as much as possible with not having to, switch up people's day that they're used to having their fuel or having their garbage picked up on. So while it's probably a little bit closer, it's not a whole lot closer. And I might add that when you go into a landfill, you have, you come across the scales, then you have to go to the working face. A lot of times you have to wait on trucks that are there dumping. You have to deal with the weather. You have to deal with the issues that come with going into a landfill And what those issues are is a lot of wear and tear and cost, repair and maintenance on your vehicles, because you're going into a landfill with nails, with all of those type of things. Whereas going to a transfer station that has 4 bays in it, it's a straight shot, it's on concrete, you're in and you're out. So mileage and time are both something that have to be looked at.
Okay. We haven't gone through the process. We haven't set a baseline, but does your mileage start from your trucks leaving Scott County to come to Franklin County to pick up trash, or does it start once they start picking up trash in Franklin County?
Well, our trucks are based in Lexington, so that's where they go out of. That's all part of it, though. I mean, it's
part of it. Okay.
When the ignition's on and you're on your Franklin County route, that's what it is.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that and make
Sure.
sure that that's been asked. All right, questions from the court? Squire Booth, sorry. Yeah.
That's all right. I thought that I was told that you were going to consider Moorhead landfill, and but I understand now that you are dumping in Franklin County. So my objection was negated by that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would be more expensive for the county to pay your dumping fee, or to give you a separate payment for the difference in the cost of the diesel and what is in the contract?
Well, those are a couple variety of questions. The first one was, I don't think you all want to pay our disposal bill. That is way above and beyond what we're asking for in fuel increase. For example, what it is right now at using the base rate of $2.92, the last Department of Energy Midwest diesel fuel average came in at $3.89 per gallon. That works out to working off the spreadsheets, works off to a 10.15% increase. So, the bill is usually around $133,000 a month. At the 10.15, that's an increase of $13,500. And that is a far cry from what we pay to dispose of it. And you mentioned Moorhead. That's true. We're splitting our waste. For example, Lexington, the transfer station we run for the city of Lexington, that waste goes to Moorhead. However, that is also 100 miles further than for example, the Scott County landfill. When we took it there, if we had to go to the transfer station, first off, we would have to put it on the ground, have it handled, put in a larger truck, and then pay for it to go 100 more miles. Franklin County, the landfill there, was the only cost-effective route that we could do.
Okay. So you're saying that paying the increase in the diesel fuel is going to be much less expensive than the total dumping fee?
Oh, yes.
On your basis. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be much cheaper.
All right. That's
Squire
my
Booth,
question.
based on the numbers that Drew had just talked about, we're looking at about $13,500 to $14,000 a month added to our bill for a fuel recovery fee.
Now, also, Brittany, of course, that's based upon the numbers that were out last month. The new numbers coming out March 1st. So, it's basically a floating scale. Now, chances are that it'll probably be higher. However, maybe a month from now, it'll be back down lower. And the fuel increase will reflect that percentage-wise. It just depends on whatever it is the Department of Energy comes out with as the average Midwest.
Yeah.
fuel.
Does the growing season of the ingredients for diesel fuel have anything to do with the price per gallon?
The growing season, not,
Well, I hear
I mean,
that,
that's all part of it. It's the ethanol and all of that type of deal. But mainly that's on the West Coast, because a lot of the West Coast and frankly, the coastal cities on the East Coast require a different fuel mixture. And anytime you require a different fuel mixture, it raises the cost. That's why the price of diesel in California is approaching $8 a gallon. It's because
oh my God.
yeah, that's all part of that, right?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Sparks?
Thanks, sir. Sir, I was going to ask you, can you advise the court? And again, you brought it exactly right. The cost overall on the West Coast at $8, plus the cost of, we've been watching it here. Did you notice any net changes when the cost of fuel decreased under $100 here in the last, I don't know, week or so?
No, the old saying, it goes up like a bullet, comes down like a butterfly, that's not anything that we're just beholden to that pricing. Have I noticed some decrease? Yes.
You did? Okay. We had that discussion the last time and it was the same kind of idea.
Yeah.
And I wanted the court to have some idea as this is going up and down with volatility, war, different ways that they can justify increasing value. You have noticed though some decrease in your fuel cost in the last 6 months, 2 months, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's you mentioned California, and that's why I'm specifying it's based upon the Midwest fuel section that they talk about, that they publish with the Department of Energy. They break all of that down. Have we seen some relief from it? Sure. If you recall, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, the price per barrel went to $125. That has now decreased some, and thus we've seen a decrease. Not a huge decrease, if I'm totally being honest. It's right there with the Department of Energy thing that they put out every month. I think it crested at, I'm going to say it crested, Mr. Sparks, around $5.29. And as I looked at it before I came on today, it had gone down to $4.99.
And that's the system that you're planning on using, Department of Energy's valuation from this point forward, so that the court knows. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to get that clear.
You're welcome.
Mr. Skaggs, is there any, I know we went back and looked at the contract in September, but we didn't have much volatility until the biggest change came about the 1st of March. Why not use the 1st of March as the base point as opposed to the contract part?
Well, I mean, volatility and your description of it is one man's opinion.
Okay.
We've seen volatility in it.
You have?
For quite a while.
Okay.
It didn't go up in a straight line. Nothing ever does, but it has increased significantly in the last 2 years. Now, whether that's supply and demand, which I'm sure is a part of it, whether it's the ability to drill, whether it's it's all thrown in the mix there. But it has been going up for approximately 2 years. Like I said, not straight up. We received the straight up 2 or 3 weeks ago, is when it just shot up to $125 a barrel. But you can look at the price of a barrel of oil from 19 to now, and you can see the rate, the rise which has occurred with it.
Okay, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Skaggs, for being on here. I think everybody can relate to what's going on right now. Brittany, can I ask you a question? When is our existing contract with CYT hauling up? Just out of curiosity.
August of 23.
Okay, and then do you think, and Mr. Skaggs, this might be a question for you. I mean, because of 13,000 for a year, it's, you know, an additional $156,000 to our line item for the budget. Would it be possible if things keep getting increasing to maybe decrease the number of days? You know, I mean, I guess that'd be a question for you, because, you know, are the trash cans completely full when you pick them up, or could we look at, you know, dropping a day here or there to help compensate?
I know looking at it that might make, you know, something. I appreciate the question, but I think Brittany will agree with me that she does not want to see any days. Because
I was going to say, I wouldn't touch that with a 100-foot pole.
They like their garbage picked up on the day they want it picked up, and you know, that's,
yes.
You know, and what you've got then, Squire, is what we have to do then is, rather than having you know, getting in and stuffing a full load, then we have to go back out to finish the route because there's so much garbage, because you've got it doesn't sound like a lot, but when there's an additional day's worth of garbage, that means that's an extra route. Not a full route per se, but rather than having 4 trucks going out, stuffing the truck full, taking it out, then you got to maybe have 6 trucks to take care of it. So you're burning probably the same amount of fuel, not exactly, but you're burning a significant amount of fuel having to go back to the routes. And you know, when you have truck issues, as is common, law of averages with vehicles, when you have breakdowns and whatnot, then you're resting it on a pinhead, and everything has got to go exactly right every single day for that to even be anywhere near cost effective. And as you well know, nothing ever goes exactly right.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm just saying, you know, if we get up to $200,000-$300,000 in addition to a line item, we need to start thinking outside the box at some point. So, all right, thank you.
But as I said, please bear in mind that our costs, not diesel fuel aside, our costs have gone up $30,000 a month for disposal. I mean, that's not even touching the diesel fuel.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Drew, what about recycling? Now, garbage, there's no way you could do garbage on every other week. But what about recycling? What are your thoughts about that piece of it? Not saying we should. I'm just saying, does it go back to the same point that you just made?
Yeah, not as much, Judge, because people don't produce as much recycling. However, you still got to get out there. You still got to get it. You know, and to be quite frank with you, you know, our recycling pales, the recycling that we do for Franklin County. And I think Brittany can probably speak more to this than I, but you know, I'm going to guess that we're probably in the 15 to 18 percentile of recycling. So just there on the face of it, if you're at, let's just say you're at 20% recycling, you're going to, you know, but the garbage is consistent. So, you know, it's 20% of recycling, but it's, you know, that's, you know, 1/4, 1/5 of what it takes to pick up the garbage.
Square more?
Yes, I lost my feed there for a minute, so you may have covered this, but I asked Brittany that after your last presentation,
yes,
she sent you the questionnaire, the questions.
Yep.
Why would we be paying the entire fuel price instead of the difference between the old and the new?
I don't know if I follow your question here. Why the entire
well,
fuel?
It looks like the fuel price that we're getting now, you want us to pay the entire price instead of the difference between the 289 and the 489 or 4 something. I don't have it right in front of me.
The entire price, that's the purpose of starting at 292. So, I mean, that's not the full price that you're paying because it starts at $2.92.
Yeah, it starts at 292, but it looks to me like we're paying the 292 plus the extra.
No, sir.
No.
If we went back to 292, it would be a lot more. For example, these are just something I pulled off, other companies' websites. Rumpke Waste, they start at $1.20. Their fuel surcharge starts at 1.22% at $1.20.
Okay.
At 292 for them, it's $12.14. That's the starting point. Our starting point is 3.5%. That's their starting point is 12.14. Republic starts at $1.50. That's 3.75%. That's what they start at. We start at 2.92. Their figures at DOE published rate at $2.92 is 13.12%, whereas we're at 3.5. Waste Pro is another big waste company. They're at 13.59% at $2.92. Now, mind you, the last price was $3.89. What I just quoted you there was our base rate and how it would be, how it would compare to other waste companies in the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
May I follow up with a question, please?
Yes, please, Susan.
On what Squire Moore was asking, I had a similar train of thought that the average fuel cost and recovery fuel percent index that you showed, Mr. Skaggs, for this based for the September 2019, basically the 292, the fuel recovery percent was at 3.75. And then at 359, the average gallon price, it's at 8.17. So I think what Squire Moore was referring to is that differential between that fuel recovery percent that you already had a given at your baseline wasn't zero, it's a certain percentage. So it's 4.42 points. So why wouldn't the percentage applicable just be that marginal difference? I think that's restating what Squire Moore was saying. Why would you charge 8.17% on our full bill and not just 4.42%? Based on that, that type of method and scenario.
Because you got to start somewhere. When I started talking with Brittany about it, we went back to the 15 number. Then we decided it would be more applicable to you got to have a starting point somewhere. So we went back to the September 19th, September 1st of 19 is when we signed the addendum. Mm-hmm. So that's where the $2.92 comes from. So you've got to have a starting point.
And I understand the 292 part and the 359, and even on that original proposal, there's still the point difference is 4.42, even based on that recovery index. On that fuel recovery index table that we were provided based on the average fuel cost with the June 2015, if you look at the difference between 292 and 359, the fuel recovery percentage was 4.81 on the 2015 table for the 292, and it was 9.23 for the 359 on the 2015 table, and the point difference is the same 4.42 point spread, and which would imply to me that your baseline, is at some percentage to begin with. It's not zero, obviously, so it would only be the marginal difference that would be your incremental fuel cost to recover with an additional cost to the county.
That's what I thought too.
That would be 4.42%.
And I pointed out, I just told you, I just pointed out to you 3 different huge waste companies and what their baseline percentage was, and each one of them is 10% above what we're talking about. The 3.75 based off the $2.92, that is the industry. That's the the industry average is you don't go back to zero. You only go back to zero as if it drops underneath that $2.92. Did that answer your question? It's part of our base fuel calculation is, when you think about diesel fuel, you think about the stuff that's going in your tanks or is going in our trucks' tanks. But, there's a lot more to it. You got the lubricants, you've got the oil that goes in the trucks. There's a tremendous amount of costs that are associated with the price of diesel fuel / oil. It's not a thing of it's just the price of fuel, although that's the main part of it. You've also got the oil, the lubricants, everything else that goes into running those trucks.
Drew, well, I think what we're saying here is, or I guess this is the main question to answer all of this. Were we paying a monthly fee for fuel for the cost of fuel prior to September of 19?
No, there was no.
We were not.
There was no fuel recovery index in the original contract.
Okay, so then we're basically now paying for all of the fuel as opposed to the difference of 292 and the percentage of 292 and 350 or $4 or whatever it is right now. Is what we thought we should be doing. Isn't that correct? Instead of paying for all of it at one time.
Well, if you're going to go down that route, then what we do is we go back to 0.0, and you have to affix something to 0.00. If we're going to go back to a zero sum game where everything equals out all the way back to zero, then there has to be numbers associated with 0.00, 0.01, 0.0, all the way up to 2.92. That's not a zero sum game.
But okay, and I first of all, I appreciate you all. I appreciate your service, but it doesn't. You were talking about Republic, and their baseline is $1.50. So did the other communities pay for fuel even before $1?
No,
reached $1.50.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure when the $1.50 kicked in, that's when they started paying. And it's not. This is not some double secret stuff. It's right on their website. It's on all of their websites. Environmental adjustments. It's on all of them. That's where I took it from. So yeah, it's the $1.50 that you were referencing. 3.75%.
With $1.50.
That's $1.50. Is their fuel recovery is right there, 3.75% starting at $1.50 a gallon. With
but that had to been written into their contract. We don't have a contract that says you
you're right.
will pay fuel recovery. I don't think.
No, you're right. That's why I'm coming before you under section 3.55. That's why we're coming forward with this. We didn't have a fuel recovery surcharge. Another way to look at it is if it had been in there, you all would have been paying a fuel recovery charge the whole time. It wasn't in there. We're not a big believer in additional and superfluous charges. As is evidenced by eating 30 grand a month in disposal fees, as in becoming 50-50 partners with you at Franklin County's request in recycling when it was losing money, and it still is losing money. I just got the bill from Brittany last month. I think it's $2,400 that we're responsible for. That wasn't in the contract. So, there's things that aren't in the contract However, our backs are up against a wall when you're talking about, losing, 360 grand a year for disposal. That's coming right out of our pocket, in addition to the recycling. And the one that just bashed us over the head was this fuel. And personally, I just don't think it's, while I understand your position as guarantor and defender of your citizens' budget, I absolutely understand that. But when we have to add what we've added in the cost of diesel fuel for us, it's basically the same as the disposal. So, we're looking at losing $750,000 without any relief from the disposal end, which we have not come to you all and requested anything.
Is that for a year you're talking about, three
Yeah,
quarters?
for a year. Yep. And like I said, we've not come before you and asked for relief from that at all. And trust me, we talked about it, but I said, let's just see how it plays out, so we can, if we ever have to do that, we can go back to them with firm numbers. Well, the numbers are firm. I know how much it's costing us, and what we didn't anticipate was fuel going from $3 to $5. I mean, it's just...
and I don't mean to be argumentative, and every one of us understand, and I think we all agree that we should help or at least I do, with the fact that your fuel costs have gone up. And I think, but what we're looking at is a baseline, and that baseline is up to that point we didn't pay. So, for example, you mentioned Jailer Bonna's budget, and that there was a $12,000 increase. Well, that $12,000 increase is based on last year he got 50. This year he's asking for 62. The reason that 50 is the baseline, and he's asking for 12,000 more because based on the fact that fuel is more expensive. So we're saying basically the same thing, except that there was no charge. There was no extra monthly fee for fuel
Never has been. And now you're saying we need to pay for all the fuel. I guess that's what we're saying. I think we should look at paying for the fuel cost of where we have that has gone up. The very definition of what we're asking for is a recovery fee.
Yeah.
There's no money being made here.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
We're not making any money. Whatever is granted through the wisdom of Franklin County, hopefully at some point to us, to provide some sort of relief for us. This is not something that we're making any money on. The very definition of it is a recovery fee. It's just covering the additional costs that have skyrocketed.
Well, that's what I thought. It's additional costs, not.
And that's an amen, and Drew. I think we're saying this. We're saying the same thing, but I don't think we're getting to that.
I get what you're saying. You want it to go to zero at $2.92, and I get that. But if we were to ask for a CPI increase, that would be embedded every year going forward, which we've never asked for, but it's referenced in the contract. The CPI increase was what, 8%? Last year. So that would be a fixed cost that going forward we would put 8% on the bill. The fuel index has the ability. I don't think anybody thinks it's going to stay at $5 a gallon. I know there's some that say it's not coming down at all, but people have said that for years and years and years. Eventually, supply and demand reach an equilibrium where it goes back down some. So in doing it this way, it affords Franklin County the opportunity to have a lower rate with a CPI. It's just what it is for the year. And so when we looked at it, we thought the problem that we have that everybody's well versed in is the fuel. And so you can call it what you want, not you personally, fuel surcharge, fuel, whatever, it's a recovery fee. That whatever we get is going in our trucks to service Franklin County citizens.
I understand. Squire Moore?
Yeah, I guess you hear me here. I have no problem helping you cut your losses. It's just that the even numbers, it works good for me. Percentages, I don't grasp that. My little Bridgeport brain doesn't grasp that. You were paying $2 a gallon. Now you're paying $5. I have no problem helping with that $2 extra on the gallon, but it looks to me like you want us to pay more than the $2 extra. It's looks like we're paying the $5 instead of the $2, but show me where I'm wrong. That's all I'm asking.
Well, if you were to pay the entire $5 amount, you've also got to look at it like this. Then it goes back to zero, right? I mean, if you're thinking that you pay the whole amount, I mean, I get what you're saying. We're both looking at the stream and looking at different rocks. I mean, I know exactly what you're saying.
Different,
but you know, first off, I'm going to push back a little bit. We're not asking you to pay for all of it. You know, absolutely not. This is a percentage. This is
right.
Not all. If you want to see my diesel bill, you're not. Trust me, you're not. If you want to pay for all of it, I'd be more than happy to. But you don't want that.
But show me the way I want to see it. You understand where I'm coming from. It looks on paper.
Your sticking point is the gap between 2.92 and 0 and 2.92 and 3.75%. That's what you're saying. Right. Okay. So then if we went to 292, that was what was requested of us to do, to go to 292. I mean, if we go to 250, if we go to 2.25, if we go to $2, there's a cost associated with that. It's not a zero-sum game.
Right. You know, but you're already paying that, and now you're paying more than the $3.92 or whatever you got. You're paying $5.
Mm-hmm.
But what?
I guess to make it even more simple, you several years ago when you did this contract, you based the household number, the pickup, on the number of people that you were picking up and the cost that it was going to take to make whatever money you make. So that was what your contract was based upon. Was okay. We're going, and it's basically Brittany helped me, $13.
It's $14.30 before the 5% reduction.
Okay, so $14.30 per household.
Right.
And so that's the number of households. And then you had to say, as part of your doing this, is that figuring this, that, well, fuel is part of it, maintenance is part of it, salaries are part of it, all except you go down the line. And that's a business part, and we understand that and fully respect that. But now that we're in this unstable atmosphere,
I don't want to be here asking for this, Judge.
Yeah, I hear. Amen. 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 And I think we're all trying to work together here. Nobody is criticizing you in any way, and actually appreciate
you. An open discussion. We've always had it with you. Listen, you know me. You've known me for years.
Absolutely.
Business. We're open about anything. I don't take anything personal. You all have got. You're stewards of Franklin County. I'm stewards of my company. I'm a steward of my company. So we want to understand, able to sit down and talk. Basically, what the recovery fuel, as Brittany said, at $14.30 a household, the recovery fee based at 10.15%, it's going to be about $1.45 per household, if you want to look at it that way.
$1.45 per month per household.
Right. So 14,
would be
$15 a month, so $16, you know. We're at $16 a
$16.75
year.
per household.
Yeah, $16 a year.
Sounds good to me.
But, okay.
Well, and we, and yeah, you mentioned the contract and listen, we've adhered to that contract, all the way. And I think we've gone above and beyond when it comes to the recycling, working with the Spring Clean deal that has grown and grown and grown and grown. That's coming up April 21st to the 23rd. That's all free. We don't charge a dime for that. Not a dime. And from the time we did the contract, took over the contract to now, I would dare say that we've probably increased. There's no telling how much it's over 100% increase. There's not a doubt in my mind. It started small. It gets big every year, bigger every year. And especially with what COVID did last year, there's pent up demand for it. We're going to be rolling loads out of there daily for those 3 days, and probably for 5 days, because we're going to have to swing boxes down there, pick up, swing more boxes down there and pick up, and I know that's in the contract, but we've never addressed that either. We've never said, look, if you want to do baseline, we could say, okay, well, in the Spring Clean, it used to be 40 loads, but now it's 200 loads. So, you see what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't mean to get off on the Spring Clean deal, but what I'm saying is that, there's a lot of things that we do. I would like to think Brittany would back me up on this, that there's no reason for any of the squires to be aware of what we do on a daily basis. Judge, you've called me before.
Absolutely.
You don't have to call an 800 number. You call us, and we get on it just as quick as we can possibly get on it. And there's a lot of things that go on like that. I know Squire Tracy has emailed me a few times. We try to be as responsive as we can possibly be to you all, and I think we've worked very well together. And when you break it down to $1.45 per household per month, which is basically $16 a year, and then you consider the fact that I'm of the opinion that it's not going to stay at $5. It can't stay at $5 a gallon. It just can't, because so many things in our economy, not just garbage, but everything in our economy depend on transportation. And at some point, supply is going to increase, demand, and they're going to meet somewhere in the middle, and price is going to go back down. How low it's going to go back down, I don't have any idea. That's why there's a floating spreadsheet that goes with every single penny that changes from the DOE.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Thank you, Drew. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. Brittany, do you have anything else to add on this?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Drew, that's going to come to a voting session in, I can't tell you how long, but it's that's item 7. Huh?
I said it's going to be a long time.
Well, I don't know that. It's going to be item 7. So
this evening?
This evening. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know when the voting was, whether it was 2 weeks, a month, or this evening. So.
Well, it's going to be up. I'll take that back. That's incorrect. It's an item 7 on the work session again. We'll come back up with it, and then we will decide at that point how we're going to do it, and which way we'll do it. And so just hang on for that one again. All right. This was
Judge,
discussion.
One question.
Mr. Sparks, yes, sir.
So what is coming up on item 7 is basically a contract renewal or a contract amendment to address the fuel recovery issue, correct? It's going to be treated as an amendment to the contract.
Authorization to approve a fuel recovery fee proposal.
Which is an amendment to that contract.
Which would be
that's what I'm saying. That's what it's Okay, it's going to be so the court knows what you're dealing with, because this is a extremely complicated issue under a couple different sections. And I don't want to get it crossways if that is what the court wants to do. We're just adding a section to our existing contract, correct?
Yes.
I thought we were just getting a separate bill. I thought that.
It is, ma'am. I'm saying under the existing contract that we've had for a couple years, this is just including that into that contract as one part.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you to all the squares. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion I've caused.
Apology necessary.
Drew, let's don't get lost in anything other than the main point. The main point here is you're providing a great service. We appreciate what you do, and we're very thankful for what you do. Well, we'll talk more about that in just a moment and how we're going to go with it. But I do think all of us recognize the value and what you and your performance and what you've been doing.
Well, we've really appreciated being partners with Franklin County all these years, and look forward to continuing for many more.
Okay. Now, speaking of spring clean household hazardous waste, Brittany.
Okay. So we will be having spring clean the week of April 18th to the 23rd. So that is the third full week in April. We're going to have all our normal events. So we will have the dumpsters out from CKY at Old Peekskill School, Evergreen Road Fire Station, Bald Knob Fire Station, Owington Road Fire Station, Lakeview Park, and the road department. Those dumpsters will be available for use Thursday through Saturday, and we'll pretty much be taking just about any large item, extra trash. If you're cleaning out, your basement or your garage or something, you can bring any large item to those dumpsters. In addition, the Soil Conservation District will have their scrap metal collection event, also at Lakeview Park. They will be there the 21st to the 23rd as well. I believe it's 8 to 4, and then on Thursday and Friday, and 8 to 12 on Saturday. We will also have our household hazardous waste collection on the 23rd. That is from 8 to noon at the Frankfurt Recycle Center at 309 Rouse Avenue. This flyer has been posted kind of all over the place, and we're doing more to get it out. The items accepted are on this flyer. So poisons, herbicides, pesticides, aerosol cans, oil-based paint, compressed gas canisters, solvents, gasoline, fluorescent tubes. So if your work area, like your workshop or something, has a long tube light, bring those to us. Let's see, any type of household cleaner you're no longer using, fertilizers, things like that, bring them on down. We'll also be open, the electronics drop-off will be open that Saturday. It's only open 2 Saturdays a year. Otherwise, it's open Monday through Friday from about 7 to 2:30. So bring your electronics down and bring your batteries. We'll be there for all that. The main items we will not be accepting: water-based paints, so latex acrylic paint, harden it at home with sand, dirt, or kitty litter, and then put it in your trash can. We also won't take motor or hydraulic oil. You can recycle that at local auto parts stores, and we're not taking medications. The health department usually does those through drug take-back programs, and there are drop-off facilities or drop boxes at the police station downtown and at a few CVS locations around town as well. And I have one other event that is going along with Spring Clean Week. Give me just a second. It was hidden behind my controls here. We're going to be doing Main Street Clean Sweep that week on the 18th. Main Street Clean Sweep is a event co-sponsored by Bluegrass Green Source, and they partner with local groups and municipalities to help clean up the community. So it's basically a litter pickup. I'll be stationed outside the Fiscal Court building at 321 West Main from 11 to 1 on Monday, April 18th. Come on down, volunteers. We'll get a t-shirt. Basically, you spend, 15 minutes to an hour, whatever time you can donate to or volunteer to help keep our community clean. In addition to this, spring clean, we're going to be doing kind of what we did last year, and Judge Wells has agreed to put up $100. And if you participate in litter pickups, I would like you to send me a photo of yourself with some bags that you collect, and we'll be giving out like $25 gift cards for, it's like a random raffle. So if you participate, your name will go into a raffle and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card.
And Brittany, let's emphasize how bad we need to pick up litter in our community.
I have been driving around Franklin County quite a bit lately doing some outreach programs, and I hate to say this, but I'm a little appalled.
I'm more than kind of little appalled. I'm very appalled. Please, everybody, let's get out and let's start cleaning our community. And this is one way that if you'll do it, Brittany has the apparatus that's needed to do it, right, Brittany? They can get bags if they want to?
Yes, you can get all your equipment through me. You can either come down to the office and just ask to borrow some, or you can give me a call at 502-875-8751. And we can schedule a time for you to come down and sign the waiver that I need you to participate, and we'll get you the equipment and bags and everything that you need to pick up.
Brittany, there was one other piece of the clean sweep or the spring clean. That was the little green section in the middle that said that if you wanted to go to the voucher,
Sorry about that.
And Yard Waste Wednesday.
Yes. So we, in the past, there has been free dumping at Benson Valley, usually at the later half of the week, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That is not happening again this year. We will only be doing free dumping as normal with the voucher program. So that will only be on Saturday. You will have to have a voucher number. It will count towards your 4 vouchers for the year. Signing up for the program is very easy. It's on our website. It's actually, the link to it is right on the front page. It takes about 5 minutes and you get your number immediately. And then you can turn around and use it that Saturday. The other thing is that Yard Waste Wednesday will begin on the last Wednesday of April. So that will be April 27th, and it will run every Wednesday until the first Wednesday of November, which I believe is the second.
What are the hours and where do they go?
Yeah, Yard Waste Wednesday is down at the road department, 100 Lewis Ferry, and we are there from 8 to 12 every Wednesday. Okay. And our next compost giveaway is on April 8th. So that's the same thing. We'll be down at the road department from 8 to 12. We will not be doing a compost giveaway during spring clean. There's going to be way too much going on down at the road department. So we will not be doing one on the 21st or 22nd. Sorry.
Okay. Any questions for Brittany? All right, Brittany, thank you for that presentation. And please, committee, let's get out and let's pick up the litter. We've gone a little over 2.5 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 20 to 6 at 1/4 till. Let's come back and continue on with the work session. So a 5-minute recess. Thank you. back. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference, March 30th, 2022 work session. And we're now going to continue on with our items on our work session agenda. The next item on the agenda is authorization approval of the minutes from a regular meeting of March 18th, 2022. And Tamara, you have an adjustment to make.
Yes, paragraph 5 on the first page of the minutes, the county clerk audit, the wording is listed twice, so I'm just going to amend those minutes and take that wording out.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is authorization to receive the 2022-2023 proposed jail budget, which was discussed in work session. Any questions on that? Jailer Bonner, thank you for your presentation, and thank your staff again for the great work that they've done on this year's budget.
Thank you all too. Thanks for the court for everything they do for us. If you don't mind, I'm gonna excuse myself if you need me. Just let me know, but I got to get over to the secure side.
I got you. Okay, thanks again. Next item is authorization to receive reports from the 2022-2023 plan of work, 2022-2023 annual budget, district update, dead animal program from the Franklin County Conservation District. And we welcome Bruce Quarles, the chair of the Conservation District, and he's been here waiting patiently. And Mr. Quarles, step up to the podium if you would and make your presentation and welcome.
All right, thank you for having me tonight, and thank you for your support as we take care of the Conservation District. If you look at the plan of works, we haven't changed a whole lot. We've added a couple of new practices. And like I said, each one of you have got a copy of those. I won't go over those. On the budget, as you'll see, we just increased the income a little bit from the millage tax. And we also increased expenses a little bit up through there. As far as things going on in the district, you'll see new faces in the office when you come in. We've lost one of the employees and taken applications for his job up until the middle of April, and we hope to have him on duty on May 1st. The other item of business I've got to think is if you looked in our plan of works, you'll notice that on June 2nd, the Conservation District will be in effect 75 years. So we're going to have our birthday party at the Conservation District as an open house, and that's from, I think, 10 o'clock till 2. And we'd like to welcome all of you to come out of the public to stop by. If you've got any questions on any of the agenda or the budget or the table of works, I'll be glad to try to answer them. So,
all right. Any questions from the magistrates? Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Quarles, I just want to thank you for everything you and the Conservation Office does for our community. Job well done.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and Chairman Quarles. Thank you for joining us this evening. Can you tell me, I reviewed the material and it talked about the potential purchase of additional equipment. So what type of equipment is being considered to be purchased if there are funds available?
We're talking about a post hole driller, I think, this year, and maybe adding another drill in. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are really pieces of equipment. I can attest to that. I have just a couple other questions. Does the district continue to deliver equipment to farms and then demonstrate its proper use and safe use? I guess I ask that because some pieces of equipment are not as familiar to farmers out there, and certainly they're expensive. So we want to make sure that they're maintained and used safely. So I just had a question about the delivery and demonstration for those pieces of equipment.
When you pick that piece of equipment up, we do not deliver anymore. That was the thing that insurance did not let us do that, and that's not our part to come out there. But when you pick that piece of equipment up, you are told how to set it and how to operate it. And then, of course, you can call anytime you want if you have trouble with it, and then somebody will come out and work on it. But no, we don't deliver it, and we just show you how to use it in the office.
Okay. So when it's returned to the district, I guess, does the staff look at it just to make sure everything is operational before it goes back out?
Yes. The staff right now is, like I said, is including Crystal and I are doing that. And it's looked at it, it's serviced, it's cleaned out, and it's put back up so it can go out, back out the next time.
Okay. And then who does, I guess, the maintenance on that? I wasn't sure. Do you all have to send that to a dealer to do, or does the staff do that type of maintenance, just in case something is, you detect that there is something not operating in a safe manner before you send it back out?
At this time, we've hired somebody to come in and do it on a per need basis. Is when I see something is wrong, we have him come in and do that. And if you look in our last minutes, you'll see the minutes where we went over all the equipment from that you get. If you'll look and see what we did to all the equipment and the cost of each one of those.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chairman Quarles.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? See no one else. Mr. Quarles, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here tonight. And most importantly, we appreciate what you and your board does to help our community, our farmers, and how you help all of us with the animal compost. We're very grateful and appreciative of that award-winning program that we provide in this community. Yay. Thank you, Marty.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is authorization to accept the job valuation and compensation study performed by the Johansson Group, which was discussed in the work session. Any questions on that? Squire Sebastian, you go first.
Just an observation, Judge. I've looked at the agenda, and the agenda has 4 receives of things, and this is just worded a little differently. So I'm just going to continue to advocate for that to be changed so it can be in line and analogous with the other items on our agenda tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Sparks, being that this is a special call meeting, can we change the word accept to receive?
The dictionary and the thesaurus both refer to them as exactly the same thing. You can do both, you can do either, or you can do one of the two. And again, I appreciate the concern and the bringing it back up. I don't think it makes any difference at the end of the day. You can use either one, both, or 3 times, or transmittals, or email, whatever you want to. But the bottom line is you're receiving it for whatever purpose you're going to use in the future.
Okay. Squire Muller, did you have your hand? Squire Tracy had a hand up, I think.
Yes, I was actually going to say the same thing. If voting members of the court don't object, I would like to stay uniform with the other line items and use the word receive.
Okay.
So really, the court is making an issue about receive versus accept today. Am I understanding that frame? I mean, I just want to know what y'all want to do, because there's a whole lot of discussion over a small amount of thing. It means exactly the same, but whatever y'all want to do.
Shouldn't be any problems with doing it then.
Just a whole lot of discussion, then it means nothing to talk about. But whatever y'all want to do, you all get to be the boss today.
I appreciate your opinion, Rick. You know I do.
I've already changed your agenda.
Thank you kindly.
During the break to say.
Yeah, we've changed it.
I changed his agenda during the break to say receive. So
all
we're
right, okay. Anybody else? Hopefully we're not getting in too many weeds, but anyway, whatever.
Oh, please stay out of the weeds. Please stay out of the weeds.
Yeah, we're trying. I don't know about that. My gosh. I hate
Judge, we pay $5 to get rid of those weeds, so don't worry about them.
All right, that looked like anything else. Let's move to the next one. Next item is authorization to receive the Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority, DBA Kentucky Capital Development Corporation fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, which was presented earlier in March, I believe, or maybe at the end of February, earlier in March. and this is a receive. Okay, any questions on that? Don't see any questions on that one. Okay, let's, what, oh, Squire Muller, okay, he's got a question.
Hey, Judge, do you know, I think you attend the meetings, what is the update strategic plan, $30,000? Do you know what that covers?
On what? What are you talking about?
On the proposed budget for KCDC for, because they're going up considerably, you know?
They're asking for $30,000 more for a strategic plan. The new members from the city as well as the county members would like to do an updated strategic plan. Is
Okay.
what they're asking for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. The next item is authorization to approve a fuel recovery fee proposal from the Central Kentucky Hauling Company. We've had a lot of discussion about that. Squire Moore, I think you have some thoughts on that and where to go, but that's open the floor again for more discussion.
Judge, I think he simplified it when he told us how much it is per household, the difference. And I don't know if we want to make any adjustments to their proposal or not. It's up to the court.
Squire Blackburn, you had your hand up right after that, and then we'll get to Squire Booth.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I think there was some confusion earlier as to whether we're paying the difference from the base amount or we're paying a percentage. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I think there was confusion and nobody ever hit the nail on the head. They talked around it. So I would, what's the bottom line? I like to go back to Squire Sturgeon. He says, what's the bottom line? What's this going to cost? What's the difference? Is it the difference, or is it a percentage based on the difference? Or is it the same thing?
Oh, no.
Mine's $1.40 increase.
Well, I get the court can go either way. You could go, and say that we would agree to pay the difference in the, I believe it's the Department of Transportation monthly. I guess it's a report on how much it is per month.
Mm-hmm.
The diesel fuel minus the difference of $2.92 and pay that difference, or you could go the percentage route.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I don't think he's wanting to have this fluctuate as fuel goes up and down unless it goes down below a certain amount. What if we say we'll increase it $1 per household until fuel goes below a certain amount?
Well, that's an option. We can go ahead. I'm just looking for the majority of the court to make a suggestion in a way to go. Squire Booth?
I believe the way I understand it is that we pay the difference between the, there was a phrase in that contract that it could be adjusted up to a certain amount. We take that certain amount and we pay the difference between that amount and the amount that the Department of Energy publishes at the beginning of each month. That way it does fluctuate, and there's hardly any way that we can make a contract separate from that, but we can make a separate payment based on that to in the contract. I mean, in addition to the contract payment. That's the way I see it. I think we could go live with that.
And members of the court, I think Squire Booth understood it exactly how I understood it. That's why I said this is an addition to the contract as it said. They start off with a certain amount and the court's responsible for the increase up to a certain amount followed. And I think that's what Mr. Skaggs described as well. Thank you, Ms. Booth.
Well, you're welcome, Counselor.
You're welcome as well, ma'am.
Squire Moore, you had your hand up, Did you want to say something?
Well, I would propose we increase it a dollar per household until below $3 a gallon.
Say that again now. $1?
$1 per household. He said $1.45 per household, which would make $15.75 per household. I'm saying raise it $1 per household, which would be $15.30 per household until fuel drops below, say $3 or $2.92, whichever. But
Okay. Squire Muller, that's another option.
Thank you, Judge. I think Mr. Skaggs has been pretty open book with us, you know. I think he has the opportunity to probably back charge us on a lot of the fees that have gone up per contract, you know. I don't think he's trying to hide anything. I mean, unfortunately, it's a problem that even, you know, our company's dealing with every day, you know, how to manage these costs. So I'm okay with what he's asking. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? So somebody's gonna have to make a recommendation coming back into the voting session, and then we'll try to get four votes. Keep going around till we can get 4 votes on a plan. Squire Tracy?
Because obviously we're dealing with money, and I know the treasurer spoke earlier. Does she have any more insight or any input she'd like to put in? Hopefully she was consulted when this was being tossed around.
Well, definitely, I've been a part of this discussion with Brittany, and I've actually talked with Squire Moore about his concerns. I think we have, Brittany, how many households do we have right now? Is under 10,000 at the dollar rate? I don't know, but I think there's anticipation of that going up. The uncertainty is what is the problem. Like you're saying, with a percentage that's going to fluctuate going into budget, it's already almost $6 million cost to the county with no revenue offset. It's a huge concern for this unknown, and you've got to peg it to some number for what it's going to come down to. And I think the 292 is too low to expect it to come back down to there. So, and I disagree. I think that I don't know any business that they have all costs and no profit. So to put a measure of a percentage on the entire bill that they send us, I do not think is fair. Certainly they've got profit built into there. You know, their response to my question was every single aspect of their business is about fuel. They don't pay anybody anything. They have no labor. They have no insurance. They have no overhead. Excuse me, that's not a business model. They're not doing this for free. I understand that, of course, that he may be very open about that they're having additional costs, and it wouldn't be fair, and that we're at their mercy pretty much for continuing to have a clean community to the extent that we do by having household collection. But for the money part of it, I still think we ought to be negotiating. He's already been negotiating. He wasn't expecting, I don't think, to get an answer tonight. So maybe this deserves a little more negotiation about what the options are. Don't be jumping into it so quickly. That's my $1 per household comment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Susan.
Councilor Sparks.
I think what Squire Tracy, as well as the treasurer, said is exactly right. What I'm concerned about now is the court's kind of going in a round discussion about how to resolve this, as Squire just said. Now, they're not here to be involved in this discussion. So whatever you approve, then they've got to go back to redo it. And I'm just not hearing a firm agreement of the minds on how to address this one way or the other. And I think Squire and the treasurer is right. If worst case scenario, we meet every 3 weeks, let's get them to come back with a firm amount, because there are some extreme restrictions in the current contract on how this is modified or whether it's modified. And I think they were very careful about how to do that. But I'm just not hearing an agreement with 8 parties, that is the haulers as well as the court.
Squire Moore.
You know, I don't know what's all the underlying factors in these fuel prices. And I've asked Ann if any of the ARPA money could be used towards this, and she's not sure. Why don't we table this till we have a number and maybe look into that too? So just till next meeting. But I'm sure they need to get something and probably needed it a month or two ago, but.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. You know, I heard Squire try to put a stake in the ground at a dollar figure because I'm worried about a percentage and the fluctuation of that. So I would be more inclined to do that, and I would be less inclined to use ARPA funds because that is a one-time windfall for this community to do something special. And I don't think this in the category of something special for our community.
Pastor Sparks, I think you want to say something.
I just think this is something really careful. The contract is really strict about the way these matters get modified one way or the other. And I know there was a discussion, and now you've got 7 potential members of the court who are trying to get their handle on it. And I think there should be some presentation to the court. Say, this is what we're asking and proposing that we do right now. And I'm just not hearing that from the court. I may be mistaken, and please y'all correct me, but that's what I'm hearing from all the members that have spoken so far.
Okay, why don't we do this then, Squire Booth?
I was just wondering if there was a termination clause in the contract.
Well, I don't think we want to get, there he is, but we don't want to get to that point right now, please.
Okay.
Let's try to work this out. So here's what I'm going to do, Councilor Sparks, if it's okay. We'll table this matter. I will ask Tambra and Brittany to have Drew Skaggs in. I almost haven't seen anything. Do we have it in writing exactly what he wants?
Well, on the proposal here, and that was my question, if we start altering his proposal, can we do that at such a meeting? So he has right here. And so we go from the base rate.
All right, Rick, what would you suggest that we get from him? I'm sorry, Tamara, I think it's kind of nebulous. What do you think we should get from him? And you're asking for him to give us a strict, concise proposal. And then
I like those. I'm very much in favor of that very exact thing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If they're wanting to deviate this by whatever percentage of the contract that we have, whether it's force majeure or an alternate solution, pursuant to the contract X, we're proposing a rescission of Y or a deviation under the following terms, period. That was what I was wanting from the beginning. That's what I was wanting now, because otherwise you've seen the confusion that comes up with these energetic and ongoing matters that we have for fuel and otherwise, and it gets really complicated. And I don't think the court's really got a handle on what they're proposing to do. To be honest, and that's not fair to do.
Well, whether we can afford it, that's what you mean.
The afford. I mean, let's be honest. The whole thing about solid waste is one of the best things Franklin County's ever got. You can compare your other neighboring communities about it. It's one of the most important things that you will continue to do, and the community appreciates it. But you've got to be able to get your hand around all of that, Squire Booth, and everybody I'm hearing is kind of wrestling with that.
Yeah, I see your point.
Brittany, if you and Tambra, and maybe with the help of Rick too, to make sure that we send to Drew, I don't think he's on, exactly what we would like to see as part of the proposal. And then we'll put it on for our 22nd agenda. On our Drew, you're there. Okay. I think there's some I know there's some ambiguity in what is being asked of here and how it's all playing out. And then I'll let you speak, Drew. Want you to be part of it, but
There is-
the goal is to come up with something here.
I mean, it's the nature of the beast when you talk about fuel prices going up and down. They go up and down every single day. So there's ambiguity built into that. And trying to translate it, as Councilor Sparks said, into an amendment or an addendum form, it's a lot to wrap your head around. As I was listening to you, I heard Squire Lambert, I believe, talk about an increase per household. And then just have a cutoff point at $3. I wouldn't have any problem doing it. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Not that I'm a devil, I might add. If say, a dollar is, I want to sound like Three Little Bears here. $1 is not enough. $1.25. I think we would be amenable to that, to where it's just bam. It's $1.25 per household per month, and if it falls under $3, it goes away. I don't know how y'all feel about that. All we were trying to do with the proposal was to make it something that is reflective of fuel pricing on that one day a month where the DOE comes out with the figures. I understand your point. It's two different things. We're trying to protect ourselves from the upside, and it's a downside for you all if it goes up. So it's a matter of what we can live with, each one of us. And as you well know, I've always come before the court and negotiated, if that's what you want to call it, in very good faith, and we've always reached something. I wouldn't have a problem with $1.25. That way, it just takes, hearing you all talk about it in this work session gives me an appreciation, because I'm a garbage guy. I'm just picking the garbage up. You all have to wrestle with, while we have to wrestle with things, you all have to wrestle with this too on the other side of things. And I know the treasurer said that, I had only talked about fuel pricing. In my response to her, the fuel portion of our costs impacts every single facet of our business, whether it be operational truck costs, oil, lubricants, tires, labor, purchasing new trucks, repairs and maintenance of the existing fleet, and of course, fuel. Every single cost we incur is intertwined with the daily fluctuation of diesel fuel prices and cannot be separated out. And that's the fact of the matter. So in trying to separate it out, something that's amenable to not only to you all as a body, but to us as the ones that service your citizens every day vis-a-vis garbage. Just listening to you all, I hadn't thought about it, but when I was listening to Squire Lambert, I thought, you know what, that cuts through a lot. It's not that you all can't understand it. It's just easier understood there. And I don't care who you are. It's easier understood with a figure every month. And it's two parts. It's $1.25. We would go up to $15.55 per household. And then if it falls underneath $3, that goes away and it goes back to $14.30. We could live with that. The question, it's totally up to you all.
So you're saying it would be $1.25 per household,
right?
No matter what it fluctuated to, until it goes below $3.
Right.
And Judge Richards, I totally understand that bright line type of rule as opposed to how many miles they travel, et cetera. But I respectfully submit that in the middle of court, right before a voting session, is not the time to be doing that. We should have some document for the court to consider.
Sure, I'll be more than happy.
Hair, hide, guts, and all at some future point. I don't disagree with it, but you see where I'm talking about. They have to vote on something.
Understand, because what we're talking about is something that's amorphous. Unless it's written down and an official proposal.
Yes, sir.
Understand. I'm just saying, if you all are feeling that can be done from your end, and that is acceptable from our end. You know, I'm a big believer in I've always given Judge Wells my word. I'm giving you my word here. I could follow up with the document because it's very simple at that point and at that number, I would think.
Okay, is the Squire Moore?
Judge, if we get that in contract, like Rick's wanting, I'll be good with it.
Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, Drew. We're gonna remove it from the agenda tonight. And we'll ask you to put that in a contract form, and then you'll need to get that to us by when, Tambra, and then we need to get Rick to look at it. So we'll give you a date, a drop dead date of when we have to have it.
Well, it needs to be Rick long before it gets to me.
Yeah, I was hoping to get it like, I don't know, Monday or so of next week and gets, because that gives us a chance to get some hammer going on.
So Rick, are you looking at just a letter outlining?
No, the court's heard my criticism on that time. I'm looking at a modification of this agreement from 2015. Yes, sir.
And if we could title it amendment so that it keeps our records clear that it is
correct
to that.
Sure. Now, hey, this sounds familiar. Is it addendum or an amendment? Which one?
Okay,
I think it's the same thing, but you can call it, sir, whatever you want to, because we got time, we can discuss it. Don't worry about that.
Holy smoke.
So with this contract, we do use the terminology addendum. With the
I think this would be an addendum.
Healthcare, it was amendment. So, but they mean the same thing. So
that's what I
we can just call it a what the heck, but I just need something on there that's going to modify that original contract in a precise legal phrase, or it's not going to get through me to come back to court.
I got you. So I'll put it in. I mean, I don't want to get the cart before the horse before the cart. Let you all, let you all vote or whatever you all have to do on the proposal that we kind of met in the middle on, which is $1.25 and then under 3. I mean,
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, if you'll get that done, Drew, as soon as you can. Does he need to get that to Rick Sparks?
he needs to get it to Rick ASAP.
You need to get it to Rick Sparks, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have Rick Sparks' email address?
I'll get it to him.
Brittany, would you make sure he gets that, please?
Brittany's my go-to. She'll get it over.
Okay, Brittany will take care of it. Okay, all right.
Thank you all again.
Okay, thank you. Squire, wait a minute, Squire Tracy, you have a question on this?
Just wanted to make sure that be passed along to Susan so she can give us an update on the type of impact it'll have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Brittany can do that because she's got the household numbers too. So yeah, that'll be part of it. Okay. All right, Drew, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for the 2022-2023 Kentucky Pride Fund composting grant funds with the Kentucky Energy Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management. Brittany, if you will take the next 3 items and answer any questions, thank you.
Yep. So this is, this first one is the composting grant. It's one of 3 fiscal year grants that I apply for with the state. Let's see. For this composting cycle, I'm requesting funds for a new wood chipper for the brush program, continuation of my current backyard composting program. There are currently about 50 families, and I'm looking to double that to 100. We will ask the state to give us funding to hire a chipping service again for the large pieces that accumulate up at the road department or up at the compost pad, continuing my school compost education programs and advertising. So the total request for funding right now is about $64,748.06. That is going to vary just a little bit as I am waiting on a final quote for, I think for advertising. So that may change slightly, but that is a request for funding. So keep in mind that none of this money may be approved from the state. So we're asking for about $65,000. This grant does have a 25% match requirement, and that can be met with in-kind contributions of employee time, So, and we always meet that with road department employees and myself.
Okay,
Questions for the compost grant?
go to the next one.
All right, the next one is the recycling grant. Same basic principles with this one. This year I am requesting funding for year 3 of the Recollect contract fee. So that's for our Frank Waste app, advertising budget, and actually going to be asking for some trash and recycling receptacles for down here in front of the county downtown offices. So the total request for funding is approximately $15,000. I just got the quote for the receptacles right before court, so that number is going to change slightly. Again, with a 25% match, which is also can be met with personnel time from myself.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I just wasn't sure who prepared this resolution before us, because it only talks about recycling solutions outside downtown offices. So are there not other offices that could benefit from the ability to recycle, or it's a volume thing, or maybe you can shed some light on that, because it's very specific wording in here about one specific area.
So the other county offices are serviced by Central Kentucky Hauling. So they do have trash and recycling receptacles already. So this is just the request here is to place the carts down in front of the downtown office buildings, because there are a lack of publicly available trash cans in the downtown area. There's quite a few on the very busy like commercial section, I guess, the entertainment section, like down Broadway and things like that. So, and in the central core, like Main and St. Clair, there's quite a few cans there available for the public. This is to extend down Main, so to put a cart or a set of bins in front of our office, because
but why I question the downtown is you're only meaning in front of the county offices, not to duplicate what is already downtown or add more, or
it's to add more. If you walk the street down here in front of our office, there is litter quite often. I mean, there's, now that Hoggies is open again, we find spoons and cups and all sorts of stuff scattered around the sidewalk and the street. There's cigarette butts all the time. So I'm looking to get funding to actually put receptacles basically on this stretch of Main. And I think we even need one over kind of on the corner near the courthouse as well.
We do. We sure do.
So this is to help the litter from folks walking around downtown where there are no public receptacles down this half of West Main Street.
Okay, any other questions? Squire Moore?
Brittany, I think that's a great idea. But to move to something else while we got you, do you know what county's having the tire drive this year and when? I guess it'll be in the fall.
There are some, there are actually events that happen in the spring and in the fall. Last I checked, which was earlier this week, the schedule had not been released. And right now my computer doesn't want to pull that up. I do know for a fact that like Pulaski, Somerset area, they are having one. So it's kind of to the southwestern side of the state, I believe, that is going to be having events this spring. I think their event is actually next weekend. So like the 8th and 9th. But I don't know for sure the rest of the counties yet, because it hasn't been released on the state's website.
Okay, thank you.
If you find that out, send that to Squire Moore if you would.
Yes, will do.
All right, let's go to the next one, Brittany.
Okay, so the last one is for household hazardous waste. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, we have our spring event coming up on the 23rd of April. So, but this funding request is for the next fiscal year. So 22-23, We will have our main fall event utilizing EEI, Environmental Enterprises, as our vendor. We have done work with them for many years now, and I did do a cost comparison for last grant cycle, and they came out on top. So to continue using them, the funding request is for the vendor fee and advertising. And then with any remaining funds after the fall event, I can submit a supplemental application to use the remainder of the funds for the spring event. And then let's see, a 25% match is required for this grant as well. And that's, again, met with personnel time. I can count myself, any city staff members who work the events, and any other county staff or volunteers that also help.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Just a quick comment to follow up from Squire Moore. Brittany, could you just send that to the entire court? I think we all have individuals rather than submitting it to Squire Moore. That'd be helpful for us all. Thank you very much.
Sure thing.
Okay. No other questions? Brittany, thank you for your presentation. And I think you and Drew will be talking, and then we're going to need to make sure all of that gets to Counselor Sparks. Okay.
I will send it as soon as I get it.
Thank you very much. Chief Brewer, welcome. Authorization to approve the fire department to place an order for 3 brush trucks for fiscal year 22-23.
Thank you, Judge. Good evening, members of the court. I know this is just kicking off our budget cycle, and we're just getting into budget deliberations. But the fire department is in need of some brush trucks. Last year, we were awarded 1 brush truck to the budget. It was ordered in late July, and that brush truck still has not arrived. We're hopeful that it will be here in April. If not, we'll keep in touch with Susan. We may have to roll that cost over into next year as well. We are looking to purchase or go ahead and place the order. And the reason this is on the agenda tonight is I've been talking with the contractors, vendors for the state price contract, and currently the only ones that are going to be taking an order between now and our next meeting is the Chevrolet dealer. They have an order date of April 19th. And if we don't place that order, then none of the state price contract agreements will be valid, or we'll be taking orders till possibly well up into the fall. I've spoken with one of the vendors who has no anticipated order date. Another vendor does not even offer 3/4 ton or ton trucks on the state price contract right now, just due to they can't meet the retail demand, so they're not even trying. It's hard to meet the fleet demand. So we've had another brush truck that has went out of service earlier this month. It has a rusted frame. It really can't be repaired and safely used for a safety vehicle. And with the delays that we're seeing of, well, really unknown timeframes for sure on these deliveries, we just want to try to go ahead and see if we can get these trucks ordered so that they should hopefully arrive within the next fiscal year. I'll be happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
So Brian, for just a point of clarification, somewhat like Jay Urbana, you have 1 brush truck in this year's budget, but you haven't received it. There's
Correct.
money in there for it. What you're asking for is 3 more brush trucks in next year's budget, but you have to order it now because of the delay in the time that it comes in, right?
Correct. And they're only taking the orders. They have one specific day that they take these orders for this vendor. Past that, they don't have any anticipated order dates till well past the renegotiation of or however they decide to proceed with the state price agreement, which is in the end of August. So based on the delays we're seeing, if we have to wait to that time frame, then we most likely will not receive it in the 2023 budget year. and it may be up into 2024 before we could actually receive any more brush trucks. So with us having 2 down, we're hopeful the one will show up in April. It was originally anticipated in late March, early April, but talking to the vendor last week and early this week, they still don't actually have a build date from the manufacturer. So it has, had some impact on our response to some wildland grass fires, forest fires, especially this spring, which has been a fairly busy season for us.
Okay, any questions? All right, Brian, thank you. Hold on, Chief. I'm sorry, there 2 hands just went up. Squire Muller was first.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chief, for being on here. Chief, I'm kind of having some flashbacks because we've talked about brush trucks in the past. And I believe what was brought up was that they had wished they wouldn't have bought all the same year because they all went out the same year. Have you thought about that at all as far as staggering them? I know you're down a truck now. I understand that. But as far as maybe not buying all 3 at the same year so we don't run into this problem down the road?
We actually have a total of 6. We have one at every one of our stations. So the one that we have ordered now would give us a 2022 model. It would give us 3 within the same year model, but the need, I think, outweighs that factor. Just because the current trucks we have are 21 years old, they are experiencing rust. We've had 2 that went out of service for rust issues with the frame, and if we continue to lose a brush truck a year and can't replace it, then it's going to really severely impact our ability to provide wildland fire response.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Squire Tracy.
Chief, for a couple questions. What's your intentions with the replacement vehicles? I know in the last year, the one you all replaced the one that was worst first. I guess Charlie begged for that because it ended up at the park. What's your intentions with these 2? Are they going to the park?
The first brush truck, the one that actually just went out of service, I was going to contact through Tambra. I think the first thing that would have to happen is just it would have to be evaluated. Maybe some of the road crew members would be able to evaluate it for any other departments to be able to use it, if possible. If not, then we would go through a surplus process. And then the other brush trucks, we would obviously offer it up to other departments first once we got those replacements in, and then if not, then they would go out to a surplus, through the surplus process.
Okay. I know the sheriff's been really proactive in regards to trading vehicles and stuff in. Is there an opportunity to get a price quote on those vehicles? Or are they just well, I mean, 2001, I guess that would answer that question, but okay. And then my next question would be, what about the Tahoe? What's it being used for now? I know it was
right
the
now,
past chiefs. Yeah.
Right now, the Tahoe is kind of standing in place of truck 10. We actually have a gator that's at this station. It has a much lower quantity of water it carries. And that Tahoe is pulling that gator trailer to try to at least have some wildland response in this area. Once we replace that with the newer brush truck, then we will utilize that as more of a utility vehicle until we go through a replacement process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. My question was kind of going to be similar along that lines. Is that something that we could trade? Could we trade the Tahoe in? Because it certainly would have more of a resale value on the potential for one of these trucks.
The Tahoe does serve a purpose for us. It is a good vehicle to have as a utility vehicle for members to drive to training classes within the district. So if we have other departments that they're training with, they may be able to drive that as an off-duty option.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Anybody else? All right. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. And goodness gracious, we're in a crazy time for vehicles and a lot of other stuff. So
Absolutely.
hang in there, hang in there. Let us know what you hear about the brush truck too, as soon as you
Okay.
can.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. The next item is authorization to approve electing the standard allowance revenue loss calculation reporting option of the allocated American Rescue Plan Act, or otherwise known as ARPA, funds to spend on government services. Miss Susan and Miss Ann. You're on mute, Miss Susan.
The ARPA committee met to specifically to discuss this, setting this option or electing this option. We have a reporting period coming up the end of April. The guidance that's coming out is coming out late and quickly, and we have a one-time option, the way they're stating it now, that will be with this reporting period where we can simplify our whole process with this particular expenditure category if we utilize it by electing at this one-time opportunity to a simplified reporting method of using the standard allowance versus a very complicated involved formula. At the beginning of ARPA, feds are handling this, Treasury's handling this directly with the counties. And the guidance has been very, very detailed and very cumbersome as a response to a lot of vocal questions. And Ann's been very good about addressing questions and bombarding them and concerns about about how complicated this is. They've actually responded to try to give us a break to have a more simplified reporting tool. And I highly recommend it to the committee, and the committee agreed that we should go ahead and make this election to use this simplified reporting option that's being offered to us if we need it going through the remainder of our ARPA allocation and distribution. This does not change the amount of money we get. It doesn't obligate the money in any way. It's just a reporting mechanism, an option that we should elect now to streamline our administrative processes going forward.
Okay, Squire Booth. You're on mute.
I'm a member of the ARPA committee, and I remember you mentioning a $10 million standard revenue loss allocation. And you said that was an advantage. Is that true?
Well, it's an advantage to us because our total allocation does not exceed that threshold. So by if our allowance, if our whole allocation was higher than that, then, or much higher, a lot higher than that, then certainly the formula might benefit us. But the formula calculation would only, we would have a revenue loss replacement amount of around $2 million. So by choosing this option, if we choose to elect to use anything under that category as the guidance comes out and hopefully further simplify our lives going through 2026, then we've already made this election and recognize that to our advantage. And it just gives us a simplified reporting tool is all it is.
Okay, I
Yes,
see.
ma'am.
I didn't
Yes, ma'am.
understand that. All right.
Yes, the U.S. Treasury also calculates that about 70% of recipients will be using this allowance.
It doesn't earmark any of the monies. It's just another way it's a simplification of.
It's just for reporting.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on that? Anybody? Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Does it change in any way how the funds can be spent?
No, this is what we're doing here is this is a checkbox on a report that's coming up. It doesn't obligate us. It doesn't make an allocation. It doesn't make an appropriation. It doesn't change how much we're going to get. It's just a reporting mechanism that when we report under whatever project expenditure category that we end up using over the next annually for the next 4 years, we will not have to have as detailed a reporting or justification and validation that the formula requires. So where we've elected the standard allowance going forward, it'll keep us from having to fill out a lot of other paperwork along the way. But it's not a specific election.
So it doesn't add or take away uses.
No, sir, not at all. We've not made any obligations like that so far.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Ann and Susan. Next item is authorization to add one streetlight to the county multiplier from the Frankfurt Plant Board to a new utility pole at the intersection of King Lane and Pea Ridge Road. Robert?
Good evening, Court. Thank you, Judge. So King Lane is in Squire Moore's district, the 6th district, and there's a request from the residents in that area for a streetlight at the northwest intersection, northwest quadrant of the intersection of King Lane and Pea Ridge Road. I contacted the Frankfurt Plant Board Engineering Division. They have done an analysis, provided the attached engineering and cost estimate. I would like to make one correction to the agenda abstract and the financial impact. In that sentence, it incorrectly states both streetlights. This is just a request for a single streetlight and utility pole. It will be added, if approved, would be added to our LED meter, which is 18178. The average monthly cost for that LED streetlight is $1.45, depending on daylight, and staff recommends approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Squire Blackburn? You're on mute, Squire Blackburn.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. It says on here, it'll cost, let's see here. I grabbed the wrong one.
I think it's $1,800.
Oh, it's $1,800?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Squire Moore, you want to add anything?
No, I'm just glad to get this out there. There's several kids right there that have to wait on buses, and this would be a good addition to that area.
All right. No other questions? Mr. Hugh, let's go to the next item.
Yes, sir. So the next item, the court had considered at the last meeting, and this is to authorize the change to the position status of the current part-time building inspector to a temporary full-time status with an adjusted hourly rate of pay. This is a result of the court's approval of the agreement with the city to provide building inspections on a temporary basis while their inspector is out on leave. The rate of pay, or excuse me, the full-time status I'm proposing would be for the duration of the agreement, and an adjusted temporary rate from the existing hourly rate of $21 an hour to $25 an hour. At the last court meeting, it was requested that I provide information as to the number of permits, inspections, and things of that nature. So in your packet, I've included that information. I provided that to Brittany if she would like to put that up for the public view. As a reminder, that agreement does state that the city will reimburse the county 1/2 of the cost of the salary and benefits for the employee, as well as a prorated rate for use of the county vehicle. It's $7,500. I am recommending approval, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Squire Moore?
Yes, Robert, will this increase in pay, will it cover the benefits in the retirement and all that?
Yes, sir. That is the main reason for the increase in the pay, because the employee, by going to a temporary full-time status, will be having to pay into retirement and things of that nature. So I did not want the employee to lose money by taking on this extra task, and I thought it was only fair.
Okay.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Robert, for being on here. So just, could you refresh my memory? So the contract is for 9 months with the city, is that correct?
9 months with an optional additional 2 months.
Okay. So this contract that we would potentially be approving is for 9 or 11 months?
Either. There is a clause in the agreement that states that the agreement could be terminated with a 30-day notice.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, and thank you for answering that, is, and I don't think the city's going to do this, but let's say 5 months into it, they decide they don't need it anymore. At that point, is that written in the contract that that's basically when this part-time, the full-time would go away?
That is not in the agreement. That would have to be brought back before the fiscal court.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Squire Booth.
I'm assuming that the Human Resources Director has asked the employee about this arrangement because she said that was necessary. So it sounds like, and I wanted the city to have some skin in the game. It looks like they've done that. So I think it's a good deal.
I think Mr. Hewitt has talked with the employee as well as Betty Jo. Mr. Hewitt, have you talked with the employee?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And the employee is in agreement with what's being proposed this evening.
Okay. Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Robert, you had said that you wanted to go from 21 to 25 an hour. Is that because of the retirement withholding or all the benefits that are included?
That is a portion of it.
All right.
Also, the pay increase is for going to the full-time status as well and the additional responsibilities.
So yeah, it's almost a 20% jump in pay. I was just checking.
Well, it is proposed as a temporary status to assist.
Remember, the city's going to be paying half of it too.
So yeah, yes, Judge, with that in mind, actually the county would be paying less for the employee.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point, Robert. Yeah.
How's that possible? If he doubles his hours and we raise his pay, we'll be paying more.
Well, the employee is allowed up to 99 hours on a part-time status. And so, the city will be paying half the salary, half the benefits, and $7,500 for the use of the vehicle, which the county currently has to incur. So
Okay.
I see it as a win for the county as well as an ability to help out, the constituents in the city and also help the city out because they are in desperate need.
Oh, we definitely want to make sure that they don't have any pause or holdups in their process. So,
yes. And if I could go ahead and refer back to the screen, on page 1 of the memo provided by the chief building official, Mr. Greg Owens, he's provided a table on the first page that shows information related to starting from 2013 is part of the activity that he performs on a daily basis, specific to whether or not we previously had a part-time inspector and then when we did not have a part-time inspector. So as you can see in that first table, the activity has increased dramatically. And then finally in 2021, the court was gracious enough to provide us with a part-time inspector. And so you can see permits are up, inspections or fees are up, which is a result of activity occurring in the county, and in my opinion helps justify the need for the inspector just as a part-time position. If we go to the next slide or the next page, this chart here that's in your packet shows the actual number of building permits being issued from 2013 through 2021. And you can see we peaked in 2020 during the pandemic at 240 inspections. permits, 240 permits, which require multiple inspections. And also bear in mind, that is before we had the part-time building inspector. So as a result of that, you can see in the next slide below, the permit percent increase jumped, to 100% from the year before in 2020. And so you can see it's a steady incline. And also in the next table, you can see, or the next chart, you can see the fees collected, which is a dramatic jump that started in 2019 up to 2021. You can see we're somewhat flat up until 2019, and then a dramatic increase in the fees collected. And I'm sure the treasurer can confirm that information.
Some of that has to do with the being able to do state inspections as well, correct?
You're exactly right, which also goes back to the need for, our current part-time inspector, and then compounded by the request by the city for us to help them out.
How many inspectors do we have that are certified to do state inspection?
One.
Okay. And what do starts look like this year? I can tell you right now, I bought lumber yesterday and I paid 300% more for a board yesterday than I did 3 years ago. So I know interest rates are low right now, but lumber prices are crazy. And I think that's got to have a bearing on permits. So have you seen a good number of permits being submitted for this spring?
Yes, sir. And for this evening, I only prepared, or my chief building official prepared just single family homes, the number of permits issued. And from January 1 to yesterday, March 30th, we've already issued 24 single family home permits. And we have many more to come. The largest single family home value permit that we've issued that's under construction was 1.2 million.
It's a lot smaller home than it was in 2013. But I get it. Yeah, that's great. It's a lot of starts.
Yeah. In the first 3 months of this year, we've already exceeded the number of single family permits we issued in 2013. So, there are a lot of factors that play into that. Surrounding counties, their land availability, their land cost, our availability, and our cost. So, Franklin County is seen as an attractive place for people to build a home, to raise a family, for developers to come in and provide inventory. I think if you speak to any real estate agent, they'll say there's a lack of home inventory in the Bluegrass region. So I think Franklin County is well positioned.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you, Robert. And we'll move on to the voting session. Appreciate your two presentations. Thank you. And by the way, hats off to both your electrical and building inspectors. They're doing a fantastic job getting out there the best they can to help our community, help individuals as well as businesses. All right, the next item is authorization to hire part-time seasonal golf and park employees. Mr. Lewis.
Hello, good afternoon or good evening, Court. Thanks for having me on. This is our next batch of hires that we'd like to have come out this summer for the park and the golf course. Many of these are students. They won't be with us a very long time, obviously working in between their school years this summer for a couple months. But Betty Jo and I did some interviews. We met everybody, met a lot of really great kids. Some of these are a little older, which we actually need. We actually need more at the golf. So we're still looking for golf hires, older individuals that can work behind the counter. But of course, all these are based on the background checks and drug screens that are applicable to the age groups. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, Charlie, don't see any questions. Thank you. Oh, there's one. Squire Tracy.
Hey, Charlie, quick question. Ultimately, the goal is to fill that employee bowl back up, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're trying to create a pool. And, you know, I know sometimes it looks like a lot of individuals, but, you know, we have to work around their schedules.
Got schedules to work around.
Yeah, vacations, summer sports, and just, you know, families outings and things. So, you know, yeah, that's what we deal with.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Charlie, what'd the park look like today? 80 degrees? I bet the golf course was busy and a lot of people out, hopefully.
It was. We've got lots of activity. Soccer started. Of course, we got some golfers. I'm not sure if there was a middle school game back at the softball complex or not, but we've been entertaining those folks as well. But yeah, very busy. It's picking up. The wind was a factor. You know, that probably kept a few people away on the golf course, but we did have some good business.
All right, that's good to know. Okay, no other questions? Thank you. Oh, no, there's Squire Muller. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie, for your presentation. Judge, since we're on the park things here, on March 14th, we had a park meeting, and I think we voted to approve bringing the project back to the fiscal court. I was just curious why I didn't make the agenda.
What?
That's all right.
What did you just say? I'm sorry, we didn't understand what you just said.
On March 14th at our park meeting, we voted to bring the Lakeview project back on this agenda, and it's not on here. I was curious why.
Oh, the Hitchcock design, the park committee voted to place the proposal from Hitchcock Designs for the Sports Authority on the agenda. However, as stated in that meeting, it had to be vetted by the county attorney, and he denied that proposal, and as the contract is complete, and stated that it needed to be placed out for bid if a sports authority commission was to be created.
Mr. Sparks, you want to respond to that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I was offline for just a second. Would you repeat that?
Yes, sir, about the Sports Authority, and you're saying it needs to be bid?
Yes, sir. That was one that came in under the original authority that was under the $25,000, $21,500. And then somehow it got modified. So it's still above the Sports Authority complex, the amount, the $25,000.
I think it got
It needs to be
modified.
bid.
Okay. Okay. Squire Tracy.
Couple questions, and I was going to wait till we got to the bills, but since we're talking about it, did we ever find out? Did we ever get word back, Charlie, from the firm? I know you were going to contact them. There were some questions in regards to the committee meeting.
Yes, I did talk to the firm. Their contract is complete. The one thing that I checked on was number 6 on the optional services, which was that little additional $2,000 fixed fee for the tourism direct spending study, which I think, you know, it's separate than the Sports Authority. Randy did get back with me from Hitchcock Group. That does fall in section 6.4. So with that being said, it looked like all the deliverables have been completed and the contract is complete.
Okay. And then in regards to the proposal, that was actually turned in on, or that was sent to us on February the 10th. So the public meeting was on February the 7th. So if that's the case, I'm not really sure, maybe the county attorney can answer this one. With it being dated February the 10th, was that project closed then? Obviously, I can't put it on the agenda. There's only one person that can put it on the agenda. We can ask, but it's amazing how some things get fast tracked to it and some things get slow walked.
hold
Can
on.
you answer that one?
Excuse
Who
me.
who are you asking? Who are you asking?
I'm
that to,
asking,
Scott?
I'm asking the county attorney. So
The
this
county
was
attorney is very, very impressed with how quickly certain members of this court has moved on this without previous authority or without resolutions or otherwise. That thing was closed when it was brought to court. This thing's been closed when you all accepted it. It still remains closed. Somehow or another, there was some question about alternative services that started out at what, 25,000 and change. And then somehow, mysteriously, it got reduced to 21,000. There's a whole lot of oddities in that whole program. I would just suggest that you all do a resolution like you're supposed to, reach an agreement, bid it out, and do it the right way. And do it the right way. This is a great program. It's a great thing that you all have incorporated. It needs to be bid. Before we get into other questions about how things got, shall we say, modified?
I don't have, I mean, I got the same information you got, so.
That's my question. It just got curiously modified. I think it needs to
Okay,
be.
I'm just
done
asking.
right.
So what I'm asking though is, was that, you're saying it's closed, so this was sent to us. Was it closed when that was sent to us? Again, it's been on the shelf. We asked that to be sent out to everybody. So where
I don't know
everyone
what
can
the,
see it, and
what's
unfortunately,
what's the thing that you're referring to that was closed? That the item's been delivered. They did their contract work. That's what Robert told me, or pardon me, what Charlie told me.
I get that, but what I'm saying though is, you know, the elephant in the room, no matter where you go, is the funding mechanism. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it?
Well, here's how you do it. You have an approval by the committee or by court to bid it out to come into the right amount because y'all decided to keep it at 21.5, which is wonderful. And then you let anybody just bid on it. You don't
What's
do
at
sideways
21.5?
stuff.
What's at 21.5?
You all approved all the requirements that have to be bid at 21.5.
22.
No, 22 or
pardon me.
22.5.
Thank you, sir. I apologize for the mistake. But when it came back, it was over 25,000. Now, would somebody please explain to me how that got reduced?
From 25 to 20 to 21. 30 minutes later, Swear Muller, I think the emails were from you and Hitchcock. This was actually nothing between us.
Right.
It was an email with your name and Hitchcock Group on it.
Well, what happened was the night after that meeting, because it was kind of a debacle, we talked about it at the meeting that night, as far as the next step would be the mechanism of how to pay for it. And so I sent an email to them and the whole court, just following up on what he and I talked about. Now, if somebody's accusing me of reaching back out to them and doing something I shouldn't have, I never did. So.
Well, didn't you contact them to do a follow-up?
I sent an email.
That's called an email. That's not accusation. That's you've done an email and then it got modified, and that's not the way things get done. You have to have approval to make a request. And I appreciate the goal. Don't get me wrong. I think, keep it moving, y'all. You've got a great thing on the system.
That's what we're trying to do. Everyone's
you've got to do it in the right process. You've got to do it in the right process.
I think in the follow-up email, he requested a formal proposal.
Well, the last one I got showed it at 21 and change to try to keep it down. They were going to knock some time out of it. So something happened between the two of them.
So
the bottom line is this is a great program. You all have created a great program. They've created a wonderful system. We just need to bid it out so they can participate. And that's all you got to do. They've done a great job so far. And if they've got a proposal, let's do it the right way so there's nothing comes back to haunt anybody. You've got too many players in the game. Just do it in the right way and do it the proper way by a request for a proposal, whatever you want to do, not just 2 paragraphs on an email. That's just not the right way to do it. Y'all just heard the result of a quick and dirty one like just happened earlier today. Do it the right way. Let's keep it moving in the proper fashion.
Okay.
So
thank you for explaining it.
would you recommend then Squire Tracy or Squire Muller that we, at our next court meeting, send out for bids a proposal to form a sports authority?
I would think, you'd need, as the county attorney has said in the past, I think his comment was he wasn't a professional TIF attorney or anyone like that. I think you'd have to send it out to someone that has working knowledge of creating these type of things. I think you'd have to put that in there. But I'm okay with calling a special meeting next week to get it done. I mean, hey, the sooner the better. I mean, we're only about 10 weeks behind. So if you look at all the information, so hey, I can meet next week. I'm free.
Y'all have got some really great things moving on this, and the court's accepted it. It's out there. It's doing it. I mean, take advantage of it and keep it rolling in the right way. I'm not trying to quash this in any fashion. I'm just saying, let's keep it moving in the right way, subject to what the court adopted when you accepted that proposal 2 weeks ago.
Right. And wouldn't you agree, Rick, in regards to having someone that's dealt with things of this nature, that's helped? I mean, if you've never done it, I mean,
well,
like
see,
you
that
said, you need to
takes
be a
this question.
professional.
I've never done that, so I don't know if you want a sports authority. I don't know if you want to just rig one up. Okay, we can do that. But the issue that was presented before in that first email was they were going to do evaluations. They were going to determine how to do the sports authority. They were going to take a look at different funding mechanisms. They were going to see what conflicted with one another, sort of in an economic consultant type way, not just the legal work. So there has to be some distinction about how you're going to break it down without it. You've got really great things. Michael's got great things. Judge got great things. The committee here, you, Scotty, did it. Just keep moving it, but to try to determine ahead of time what you want them to do, not just a, hey man, can you take a look at this? We're not talking about shade tree mechanics here, which is wonderful and they do great jobs, but you're wanting specialized services and identify exactly what you want done.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll put on the agenda for Tamara for the 22nd that will authorize for proposals for forming a sports authority.
Okay. You want to have a park committee meeting next week to discuss it and go over?
No, not next week. We can do it the week after.
And I submit y'all, how you going to make a request for proposal for an identity or for a function that you haven't identified the function for?
Just said so we can talk about it. That's all I said.
But that's my point. That's exactly what you need. That's exactly what you need, not just half.
I was told no.
Correct. Dead on the money.
No, I told you no for next week. I told you no for next. Why are we getting in an argument about when we're going to meet? We'll get a meeting of the park committee together, Squire Tracy. Okay.
Thank you. We're about 10 weeks behind.
We meet all the time.
Just trying to get it.
We always ask you what your schedule is. We ask Squire Muller everybody works on their schedule. Okay.
I'm available.
We'll work on it. We'll get it. We'll take care of it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Keep it moving. Just keep her moving.
All right. The next item is authorization to approve a fiscal court sponsored Easter event at Lakeview Park on April the 16th. Squire Sebastian, you have been part of this formation of this event.
Thank you, Judge and members of the court. You know, we had planned an Easter egg hunt at Lakeview in 2020, but the event was canceled due to our pandemic. We had plans in place with the sheriff's office. We had emergency plans. We had specific areas, even for residents of my district at Stewart Home School to come and participate. We had 10,000 eggs for that event, and certainly we were able to use them at another drive-through event. We would like to go back to that plan that we had in 2020 and do it again on, or do it actually for the first time on Saturday, April the 16th. We plan to start at 1 p.m. Sheriff Choir has already taken care of the eggs, so they should be here in time to do that. The Kiwanis Club, the Frankfurt Kiwanis Club which is a community organization that focuses on family oriented and youth and child events, has agreed to assist us with this event from pillar to post. So we're looking forward to a wonderful event to showcase Lakeview Park, one of the things that we've been talking about in just this past agenda item. What a gem we have in that park at our community, and it's a great way to get families out for a free family-oriented event. I would entertain any questions from my colleagues on the court.
What are the hours, Squire Sebastian?
As I stated, Judge, we're planning to start the event at 1 p.m. That allows families who have soccer games and families who are participating in softball to wrap those things up with their kids so that they can do two things at once at Lakeview Park.
Okay. Any other questions? Squire Tracy?
Squire Sebastian, thank you, and Sheriff Squire for all your hard work.
Anybody else? All right, thank you. Thank you, Squire. Do you have a flyer or anything like that you're forming? Is there an announcement, some kind of a brochure or anything that we can put up on our Facebook and our webpage?
We'll get that to you. And who do I get that to?
Get it to Tambra. Get it to Tambra.
Okay, all right.
So
I'll
make
take
an announcement on it.
Forthwith.
Okay.
What can we as court members do to help? Any materials we need, or what can we do to help?
Not actually materials. The day of the event, it would be great as many members of the court. Certainly, I'm tossing this out there to county elected officials to be part of this because, I talk about this all the time. This is a team thing, and all of us together put the face on Franklin County and how we work to get events into our community and make them family oriented. This is a great way to do that for all of us to participate.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Okay, if you come up with some things that we need to do prior to the 1 o'clock, let us know as well to help. Sherry.
Certainly, absolutely. I mean, there'll probably be things like setting out cones to separate parking. There'll be some striping off of some things to keep areas where the hunt will actually happen so that smaller kids have their own area. There'll be a few things like that to take care of prior to us getting started at 1.
Okay. Charlie Lewis, you had your hand up for a minute.
Yeah, just a reminder of Squire Sebastian, I may have a couple banners that you can reuse from previous hunts.
You had shared that. So the plan is to get those and to kind of make a point of changing the date, which will help with the information that the judge has requested. That way we're not reinventing the wheel and spending any additional funds we don't need to out of pocket for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that? Let's move to the next one. Authorization to approve appointment of Lauren Coltrane to the Franklin County Board of Zoning Adjustments. The term ending June 30th, 2023. She's replacing Ashley Kennedy. Lauren is also a lawyer, an attorney like Ashley Kennedy, and Ashley has been a fantastic member and is moving on to be a mother in the really near future. And so it was great that Lauren agreed to do this for this board. Next item is authorization to approve budget transfers for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. Susan, and if you will just do the next 3 items.
Budget transfers. Yes.
Squire Sebastian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I had a question about the prior item. We moved so rapidly there. It was shifting.
I apologize. I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
I was waving and everything. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to check how many applicants did we have on file for this position?
0.
We had 0. So did someone reach out or I'm just trying to figure out how, with an unexpired term, how word got out about this, because I hadn't heard about it as a member of the court.
I believe Ashley had talked with this person. This person gave this person, I don't know whether I called her or she called me and said that I'd heard that she was interested. And then we talked, she said, I would be very interested in doing this. I've talked with Ashley about it, and so that's how she got to do it.
But and again, I'll ask this, when someone resigns or there is information like this, if it has shared with every member of the court, it would be helpful so that we could embolden our recruitment process. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next item, Susan, if you'd go ahead to the budget transfers.
We're primarily covering the mid-year pay raises for the 5% that was implemented. Because we work on a budget basis, there are some lines that will exceed the budget, and I'm trying to provide for those, as well as some other line items that have a projected shortfall through the remainder of the fiscal year. I'll be happy, given time, if there's any specific questions or concerns, I can certainly respond to those as opposed to going line by line. Any?
Squire Mahler's got something.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Thank you for being on here, Susan. A question, Susan, on the 231 East Main Street. So it looks like we were 87,000 over budget. Is that accurate?
That's not, I said 231 and internal energy projects. So there were, during the course of the energy, the bonded energy project, there were a lot of things that were carved out that were smaller items for other buildings in in our county building inventory, and that Jeremy was going to be able to do, or an outside contractor was going to be able to do. And I think Squire Blackburn and Judge Wells were part of that committee, and there were, can maybe help me remember what items those were. I would have to look back at the detail. So no, the entire amount, that's not the entire overage. That $87,000 is not attributed just at 231 East Main. There's also some internal energy projects. I think there was something at the jail that they did when they got in, that they found it would be more efficient to do while they were in with the bonded energy project, but it was going to be easier to manage with local contractors as opposed to those that the energy project had. So it's more than just 231 East Main.
Okay, thank you. Judge,
Yes.
while we're on 231, did we ever hear back from the city about, I think we sent them a bill for half of some overages. Did we ever hear anything back from them?
We received the 100,000, but I have not received any other payments for that project.
They're not going to pay any more. They're going to pay the 100,000. That's it. They're not going to pay the extra.
Oh,
the overage.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Yeah, I was on the energy committee when we did that. So we saved 87,000 off the contract price that we bonded with ESG. Is that correct, Susan?
No, that's not what the 87 represents. The 87 represents the cost over that particular line item. Let me first say, was budgeted at $200,000 because it was 100,000 from the city and 100,000 from the county. During the course of this fiscal year, there were additional energy project line items and that have been charged to this county buildings described line item. So what ended up getting covered in this budget line item is more than just a single project. It's multiple projects. So as far as how much was saved on the energy project by doing the outside part, I have to take a closer look at that. And I think that was determined at the time it was decided to do the projects in-house as opposed to through the bond.
Right. So how much over did we go over on 231? Do we know?
It's about 52,000, 52,000. I think it was. Isn't that right, Robert? Robert, you had it.
Well, I thought it was 56 because 28.
Yeah, probably was 56 here. I think you're right. Robert Hewitt, are you on? Do you remember what that was exactly?
Not the exact number, but that sounds approximate.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 56 over, but we're adding 87 to it?
Yes, because the other 31 is for energy projects at other buildings.
Yeah,
me, I
think,
have to
is
look at
Jeremy
this.
on? I think Jeremy did some blue lights that we went up, the ultraviolet lights on that we paid for ourselves.
Yes, sir. For 321, we did the UV lights, and there was some other jobs that we did. I don't know them right off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and figure out, but the UV lights was one of them, and there was some other work we did.
Jeremy, did you do bay heaters at the fire stations?
That was out of a different.
Okay, thank you.
I believe some of that stuff.
Insulated attic, the park office attic, that was over $3,000.
The attic insulation for there and the guardhouse and some other jobs we did.
Yes, and there was window tinting at 321 West Main.
Yeah, there was a few jobs we did. I just don't know them right off the top of my head.
Yeah, and those lights were close to $5,000. It's not just light bulbs. It was
Right.
pretty expensive lights. So.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Just following up on the 231 East Main facility, and did we get formal notification, or did that come to the magistrates or the court some way in a form that the city was not going to pay any additional of the overage for this charitable organization to move into?
I remember it.
I'm sorry.
No, formal, we talked today with city manager and asked her again about it, and she said that there's not a desire by I haven't seen anything official to the city commission, but she said there's not a desire by the city commission to pay any more than 100,000.
Could we get that in a formal notification, please? Rather than just a conversation?
I don't know if they'll issue anything.
I mean, we can't make them issue it, but they're just said they're not going to pursue it, but we'll ask.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Sparks, we can't make the city give us a formal response on whether they're going to pay something or not, can we?
No, well, that's a very interesting question, Judge. I can answer that one of two different ways. But at the very least, send them a bill and see what the rejection is and a rationale for it. I mean, it's
we've done that. We did that a long time ago.
So
well, they should respond to that in some kind of formal fashion, whatever fashion they want to.
Yes, initially I had sent an invoice for the total amount, and I was with a breakdown of the expenses, and it was requested that I separate it into two separate invoices. And so my understanding is they paid the $100,000 invoice.
Well, they should give some formalistic response back, for whatever reason or rationale. Yeah.
Squire Tracy. We can't hear you.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, we were led to believe many times that they were going to pay anything over. So I guess my question would be, were they formally notified that the expenditure was going to be over and above the original commitment of the $100,000?
Yes.
And when they were formally notified, did we get a response like, okay, we'll pay? If so,
no, we didn't get a response.
So we just assumed that they would pay
And we had conversations.
half of the expenditure, the
with
overage.
previous city manager.
Do what?
We had conversations with the previous city manager. We had ongoing conversations throughout the project.
And when you say previous, do you mean emergency management director, Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Do you know if he communicated those conversations with city manager Ross that the intentions were to pay the overage?
The city solicitor?
No, the city manager, the current, exactly.
Well,
I don't know what.
We don't know about their conversations, but we had a conversation with Laura Hagg this morning. Was it this morning? Yeah, this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but it sounds like there was conversations with Mr. Russell. And from those conversations, the okay for the overage was a go. And then now it's been shot down. So I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, it was just, everybody was communicated with. So I'm just asking. So, all right, thank you.
I remember that we discussed this issue and that it was sort of decided, not officially, I guess, but decided that the city was not obligated to pay more than 100,000. That's the way I looked at it. So they didn't, you know, I just assumed that they were not going to because they were not obligated to pay more than 100,000.
Right, because at the end of the day, it is our building that we are selling to this organization, and should they not follow through with that sale, then, you know, we've invested more than the city. You could look at it that way as well.
Yeah, you can also look at it like it's a building. I think it's county attorney has said in the past, it's been beat up and thrown away and couldn't give it away.
Oh,
and,
no. The county
know.
attorney said it's a fine building and it ought to be marketed for the highest
He-
value. Never the
He
county
does,
did not
he
say
does
that.
now. He does
Yeah.
now. He does now. But originally, yeah. So, but again, it goes back to the commitment, you know, originally we committed 100,000 to it as well. So
I know. Okay, we're 4 hours in. Anybody
So,
else?
so Counselor, you had indicated that we should get some kind of formal response to the invoice that had been sent.
Yes, ma'am. I think that would be the proper structure to do that. Yes, ma'am.
I would agree with that. So I don't know who pursues that. So can someone speak to who pursues that formal response?
From this office, we'll send we'll send another bill
Thank you.
and ask for a formal response if you're not gonna pay. So that's fine. Okay? Susan, have we gotten through all your reports? The payment of claims, have we gotten to that yet, Susan?
I'm not sure where we are. I think we're on.
I'm not sure either.
We're on the treasurer's report.
On the treasurer's report, which every single line item is a treasurer's report according to CK Hauling, right? You know, every single line item is about money, which is true.
Yeah.
Which is true. But trouble is, we don't have any profit, do we? But I don't guess they do either. We just have overhead. But again, if there are specific questions, but I will put this out there. The budget transfers did not cover the fire department. And I've been working with Chief Brewer. He's monitoring his expenditure lines closely, but there is anticipated to be overage above and beyond the impact of the mid-year raises for multiple reasons. I think some additional overtime due to some COVID impacts with the personnel. So I held off so that we hopefully don't have to piecemeal. It was too difficult to make a projection that would get these amounts through the year end. So, and in fact, I mean, the chief is monitoring his entire budget very closely because there are several things coming up that could be budget busters for several lines and for the fund. So we'll be coming at a later date for additional budget transfers, probably to correct that, as well as I know the jailer and his staff are monitoring the year-end forecasts for their spending because revenue is so far down. But I guess the report is we are monitoring all the line items and trying to make best guess year-end forecasts and see where we are regarding the energy project and utility line monitoring. Kim Cox has been doing a great job about keeping, I think, statistics on that and has information about that and is trying to assist with seeing where we stand. When the project completes, there is I think a specific process involved within the contract about closing out that project and accepting it for closeout. And at that point, then that initiates their performance monitoring aspect of their contract, which has a fee associated with it, and has some deliverable measurables as far as validating whether or not what they have forecast is on track or not. But from what we're seeing right now, as far as it wasn't discussed under the jail budget, but you'll probably will notice at a later time that the same amount is being budgeted for utilities as was budgeted last year, which the savings were, I think, wrapped into I say last year, I mean this current fiscal year, was taken from 290 to 260. We, at this point, will probably hit every bit of 260, if not exceed it. So I guess my report is on that is I'm not seeing utility savings yet. So I'll be anxious for ESG to deliver their report about when we're going to start seeing those.
Yes, the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, all right. What about payment of claims? Are there any discussion on any of the bills?
Do we need to vote on whether we receive the treasurer's report?
No, we're not in voting session yet. It's been so long, I understand you getting
Oh.
confused, but just, we're only almost on 5 hours now, so.
Yes, I know.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And, let's be mindful that 3 hours of that were work session that somebody put on here. I'm going to go to page 2 of the general fund court bills. And I think our maintenance director was on earlier. I'm not sure if he's still on the call. Under account 015081571 building maintenance at the Judicial Center, there's a plumbing bill in there. I just thought I'd ask about that.
But yeah, I think there was a drain stopped up. I believe is what it was. I'd have to see it in front of me.
Oh, folks, I remember exactly what that was, and thank you for taking care of it.
Appreciate it.
Yes, appreciate it. Very much appreciate it.
It's
Okay.
$106, I think Tambra said. Squire
Yeah.
Sebastian.
I saw it. I've got mine in front of me. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm checking if that was something that our maintenance director had to sub out because obviously a contractor came in to take care of that.
Yeah, I don't snake drains out.
You don't
we
snake
do
drains.
a
I don't
lot,
blame you.
but that's one thing we don't do.
Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Then I'm looking under the road fund. There is almost $150 whiteboard. Is this a special whiteboard? Because typical whiteboards are about $35.
Well, we have inflation.
I
Not
don't know who's
not-
that through,
4 times.
Through Cardinal office.
but who's it go to?
John, you can ask John.
John Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm waiting.
That was mine. That was the only one I could find that was big enough to fit my wall. I didn't want a small one. I got a big one.
You must have a really big one. Okay. And then I had a question on the fire court bills, where there's a computer now for the assistant chief. So how did the computers devolve down? So I assume the new chief got the old chief's computer. So what happened with the assistant chief's computer? Or was it so old that it had to be replaced?
Yes, the assistant chief's computer was an older computer. I believe when it was purchased, it may even been a refurbished one at the time. So it was just time for an upgrade to be able to attend. When I was still assistant chief, I was actually having to do the virtual meetings on laptops just because that system didn't have those set up.
Okay. Thank you. I just wasn't clear. And then we had a full drawdown from the US 60 water district, it appears, for meter replacement. So do we, I guess an invoice was submitted for the entire draw? For that?
Yes, they submitted an invoice actually in excess of the entire draw for meter upgrades. So it was it was sufficient documentation to fulfill what our intent was, I believe, for the
Okay.
use of the funds.
Well, what we needed to respond to ARPA audits, correct?
Yeah, by all means. I sure hope so. We're trying. The subrecipients are a key part of it too, because we're very reliant on them to follow the procurement policies, to, have their, keep their documentation and cancel checks and so forth, because they're an arm of us now.
And then my final is on the supplemental court bills that we received. So we do have formal notification, or we've reached out formally. Someone has reached out formally to the Hitchcock Group and gotten a letter back that said all deliverables have been submitted to the Franklin County Fiscal Court.
Charlie Lewis did that.
Yes, as he said earlier, everything was.
So no, what I heard him say is he made a phone call. So do we have a formal document? We've been talking about formal documents tonight. Do we have some kind of formal document?
I have nothing formal at my office, other than just email correspondence.
We don't typically get a formal letter from anyone saying this is complete, like we don't have one from the compensation study. Typically when contracts are complete, the vendor does not follow up and say, this is complete.
But but we're assured, as you indicated with the compensation study, we're assured that it's complete from the perspective and us as the client. So
Yes, ma'am.
my estimation is the client determines when something's complete. So I guess that we as the client have determined that.
Yes, they actually asked for an acceptance letter from us on our behalf.
Okay, I'm just asking since we're in bills. All right, thank you.
All right, Tracy.
Charlie, speaking of that, was that issued?
That I don't know. I don't know if that's been issued. I have not issued any acceptance letter. I guess that would come from court.
So I believe, Charlie, when you emailed me, you were going to send them back the approved or accepted minutes, and which won't be in, or did I send them to you? So you were going to send them back the cover sheet, the acceptance.
Yeah, we can send them the minutes showing the approved vote of 4-3. Yes, we can do that.
And I can do certified if necessary. But I believe
So
you're
we
going
don't
to send back the approved plan that they sent.
So we don't send a formal letter letting them know that the court approved the master plan? Or we don't do that?
You send the minutes, right?
We can, but no, typically we don't. I have never
Okay.
sent out a formal letter to any vendor saying that we've accepted any of their approved.
Okay, I'm just asking. Thank
I
you.
mean, if they need it or require it, I don't mind to, but it's not a practice that we do.
Charlie, did you say they requested one?
They did request one. I did let them know about the approval. And they just asked if they would be getting a letter. I guess they may use that in the future for future projects, I would assume.
Can we send it? I don't know what Charlie, I don't know about all that.
So how did you respond, Charlie?
How did you respond to that, Charlie? We don't know.
Email.
But did you
tell them that we were going to send them something?
No. I told them we could send them the minutes, but as far as a letter, I said, I'm not aware of any letters going out.
And did they respond?
No.
Okay. If you want to follow up with them and if they require one, it's not an issue.
Okay.
But I don't mind to do the minutes and send a certified minutes or a copy of the approval that was officially recorded.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
The court may want to do that on approvals of contracts, just generally speaking, at least provide them a letter. Thank you for doing business with us. Here's the approval and acceptance of what you did, and close the case out.
Okay.
I think we're on bill still. We're not going to vote yet. Don't ask for a motion.
I know it. All right. Anything else? Okay. It is now 7:45. We've been here almost 5 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and finish out, go to the voting session and finish the court out. So 5 minutes break. is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference for our March 30th, 2022 special meeting. This is our voting session. Clerk, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Here.
Judge Wells.
Here, would you please stand for the pledge? Tonight, our pledge is done by Elena, daughter of Greta DeSantis. Need a little volume, there you go. Little volume.
I'll go.
Hang on one second. It needs to be louder. Sorry, let's start again, please.
I can't make it. Where's your sound at? Okay, let's see. Can you? It's louder than I can get it. Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, Greta, we are, Elena, I'm so sorry that we didn't get the voice as loud as we could, and I apologize to you. We certainly appreciate you being here and doing this tonight, and I apologize to your family as well, but we barely heard your pledge, but maybe the audience did, but thank you for doing it anyway. Okay, excuse me, the next item on the agenda is authorization for approval of the minutes from our regular meeting of March 18th, as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to receive the 2022-23 proposed jail budget.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive reports from the 2022-2023 Plan of Work, 2022-2023 Annual Budget, District Update, Dead Animal Program from the Franklin County Conservation District.
So
So moved. Second.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to receive the reports from our 2022, I'm sorry, we just did that, I apologize. Authorization to receive the job valuation compensation study performed by the Johansson Group, the compensation committee voted, no, never mind, I'm sorry. I misread, so let's go back and read it again. I apologize. I've got something written on here and it confused me, so let's go back and do it again. This item is authorization to receive the job valuation compensation study performed by the Johansson Group. Receive.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, motion and seconded.
Yeah, okay. Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes, I want to thank all the county employees that we have right now. and I'm proud to be serving on the compensation committee to try to get all this figured out. So I'm a yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and I wanted to, once again, also thank the employees and that this is for you. We've been working on this for over a year now, maybe close to 2 years, trying to get something going here. And finally, we've got something going. And this is all about you and trying to equalize the pay that you so most deservedly need. So that's what we're working on. And this is a first step. There are going to be several other meetings, and we'll start working out a plan through the compensation committee to help our employees. That being said, let's go to the next item, and that's an authorization to receive the Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority, DBA Kentucky Capital Development Corporation, fiscal year 2022-23 budget, and that's to receive.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and the next item, authorization to approve a fuel recovery fee has been removed and will be placed back on the agenda on the 22nd of April. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for the 2022-2023 Kentucky Pride Fund composting grant funds with the Kentucky Energy and Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management.
So moved.
All right, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for the 2022-2023 Kentucky Pride Fund Recycling Grant Funds with the Kentucky Energy and Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for the 2022-2023 Household Hazardous Waste Management Grant Funds with the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet Division of Waste Management.
So
So
moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to approve the fire department to place an order for 3 brush trucks for the fiscal year 2022-2023, which,
So moved.
okay, there you go.
Second.
I think Squire Booth had already made the second.
Okay.
I
Go
thought I
ahead.
made the motion, but I don't
Oh, you
mind.
did? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Squire Tracy.
Squire Tracy made the motion, Squire Booth second, okay? All right, go
Squire
ahead, call the roll.
Sebastian,
Yes, I would really like to see us try to trade that Tahoe in. So while we still have the ability to get some value out of it. But I'm a
Squire
yes.
Black- oh, I apologize. Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next, next item is authorization to approve electing the standard allowance revenue loss calculation reporting option of the allocated American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds to spend on government services.
So
Yes.
moved.
So moved.
So moved, and second, call the roll.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to add 1 streetlight to the county multiplier from the Frankfurt Plan Board. and a and a new utility pole at the intersection of King Lane and Pea Ridge Road.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, call the roll.
Scar Sebastian,
yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to change the position status of the building inspector from part-time to temporary full-time with a salary of $25 per hour with an agreement with the city of Frankfurt.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next 9 items are authorization to hire people at part-time seasonal at the golf course. So hang in there with us as we go through all of these names. The first one is authorization to hire Wes McLean as part-time seasonal golf employee and golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to hire Jaden Gaines as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
So moved.
Moore.
Second.
Moore and Tracy. Mhm.
Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to hire Isaac Andrews as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Is that Scar Muller that's second?
Yes.
Okay. Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Tommy Sparks as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
I just want to say, Tom here, as he's known in my class, is Landon. Great young man, hard worker. I think he's a great addition to the park. And I'm a big yes.
okay, Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to hire Brian Other as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Aiden Other as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Square Sebastian.
Scar,
Call the roll.
Scar Sebastian, Scar Blackburn,
Yes.
Scar Muller,
Yes.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Scar Booth,
yes,
Scar Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Carson Greenwell as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved.
Okay, I did not get that one.
That
So
one was
moved.
Tracy and Blackburn.
Okay. Scar Tracy with the motion, Squire Blackburn with the second, Scar Sebastian,
Yes.
Scar Blackburn,
Well, I feel like I was the one that made the motion, but I'll let Scott have it because he lives in this district. But I've had Carson in my class for several years. I personally, Charlie did some references. He's worked for me. I'm kind of disappointed he's not going to be working for me this summer. He'll be at the park. He's a great employee, very respectful young man. And I'm a big yes.
okay, Scar Muller,
I'm just a yes. I can't top that. No.
Scar Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Sean Bale as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so I've got J.W. Blackburn as the motion. And was that Squire Tracy with the second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Braden Byers as a part-time seasonal golf and park employee.
So move.
Second.
Muller,
Tracy
second.
And Squire Muller. Got that one.
Call the roll.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
And just to take, to copy Squire Blackburn, a big yes to Braden and a big yes to all of these fine young people that are going to be working at our park. We thank all of you and appreciate your desire to work at the park, and we wish you all the best as you move forward in your work career. Okay, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a fiscal court sponsored Easter event at Lakeview Park on April the 16th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Anytime we can do fun family events at our Crown School Park, I'm all for it. I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. And we thank Squire Sebastian for working on this and getting it together. The next item is authorization to approve appointment of Lauren Coltrane to the Franklin County Board of Zoning Adjustments for a term ending June 30th, 2023, replacing Ashley Kennedy.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Squire Booth and seconded by Squire Muller.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
I'd like to thank Ashley Kennedy for serving on one of our boards for us, and I'm a yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and Ashley, we wish you the best with your new baby coming, and thank you for your service. You, as a matter of fact, have been the chair of the board, and so you've moved through that, and we appreciate your great service and wish you all the best. And Lauren, we welcome you to the position. With that, a vote yes. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve budget transfers for the fiscal year 2021, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
I don't understand all of the figures, but I trust the treasurer. So I vote yes.
okay, Squire Moore,
Yeah.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Okay, the next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of the claims? Seeing none, the claims are to be paid. The next item is authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, seconded by Squire Booth. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes, a big yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and this is upcoming week is spring break week. A lot of families will be taking off and doing things. Kids are going on. I know that the Franklin County Band, I believe, is going to Disney World. And we've got other events for kids that have gone to Europe. And so we wish everybody safe travels, everybody be careful, and and be safe and have a good spring break. Thanks, everybody. We're adjourned.